we go. Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Pawkeshup. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. You?
Not too bad. So, we're here to talk about GamerGate.
Again.
Every time you think you escape, we drag you back in.
It's more like a recurring bad dream at this point. Just because it's like it's dead. It's been dead. Please let it die. But at least this is like a post mortem. This should you call your entire book the post mortem.
I got
10 years.
I've got another name I think I'm really, really happy with, but I'm not going to say it out loud yet because you know how people are. Someone's going to purposely copyright the name like 2 seconds after I say
Yeah.
it. That way I can't actually publish the book under that name.
Yeah. No, don't. It's what I mean. Given the subject matter, don't because you'll get trolled.
Oh, 1,000%. All right, man. Well, hey, tell me about your GamerGate experience.
When I was a young lad, um, you had questions you were going to ask me, so now you're gonna put me on the spot and try and come up with a whole thing.
Oh, I'm very informal.
Yeah, you're very informal. You sent me a list of questions. You're like, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll just answer the questions and thinking about answering. Now you're like, just spin me a tale, Pawkeshup. Please spin me the tale of GamerGate.
Take a
When I was
seat.
a young,
Take a seat.
when I stay a while and listen.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, in essence, like most people in GamerGate, I got involved when the hashtag started being a thing, and having been a gamer for well since I was 5, and having seen the gaming press go from at least halfway decent to completely terrible, I was like, hey, maybe there'll be some improvement here. And then, the thing happened. And now we're all racist, Zionist, Nazi, what else? Misogynist, hateful, transphobe, etc., 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 for, not wanting the gaming press to be awful.
So, just going meta for a second. The questions are more of an outline.
Yep.
I probably should have specified that a little bit more. But yeah, what made you think that this hashtag that you saw on Twitter, or is it where you first saw it on Twitter?
Yes, of course. Where else?
Well, you'd be surprised. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you know what? I saw an article. I saw a video."
I suppose. I mean, the true normie crowd, shitlords are living on Twitter, so I'm not shocked
All
that I
right,
found it there. And I've been on Twitter for way too goddamn long, way too long. Twitter's existed for way too long.
probably true.
Definitely true. But yeah, I mean, pretty much, I tried being the change I wanted to see and everything like that. I tried becoming a reviewer for a website even. And yeah, I got to see exactly what the problem is with the entire industry. It's cliquish, and if you don't toe the line they want you to toe, they push you out. And I'm like, well, that's cool. That's why this thing's garbage and remains garbage to this day, except it's slightly better because now they've actually started doing some degree of journalism. Some.
So,
Like,
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Well, no, if I ask a question, it's going to derail your present thought
Oh no,
completely. So,
that's into my thought. I don't have deep thoughts. I'm pretty surface level.
this will be a quick interview then. Uh, so you saw the hashtag and you thought this was important to you, right? Why do you want to get involved in this? Why do you care about this?
Well, because like I said, I mean, I've been a gamer for most of my life, and like coming up, I remember back when the games journalists actually had the power in the situation. You look at some of the older game magazines where literally developers were begging to be featured. You know, and so it was the magazines that had the power to basically publish or not publish, to write or not write what they wanted to write about someone, right? And then you flash forward to the time like when I think it wasn't oh my good lord, I should have looked up his name. The guy who made Giant Bomb. he got ousted from his review post because he gave a game a bad review when it deserved a bad review. And it's like, why? Because of corrupt practices, because they don't want to offend the publisher. And then you take that to an extreme. You look at like what actually happened after Gamergate, some years after Gamergate, when all the Blizzard story comes out, and you have Jason Schreier, the bastion of journalistic integrity that everyone referred to in Gamergate as one of the good ones, saying, "Oh yeah, I heard about that, but I just never investigated it." I'm like, bro, seriously, like you have a real news story that could really have helped people, including saving one person's life, and you sat on it so you could keep your freaking access.
Oh,
You know,
Pawkeshup, why do you do this to me? I'm pretty sure the last time you brought this claim up, I kind of pushed back because it was slightly more nuanced than that. And if it's
he
gonna end,
basically he never admitted that it's the fact he would have lost access. That's the only thing he never admitted. But the fact is, if you look at the precedents around him, again, a journalist for giving a game a bad rating got cut off. Jim Sterling for giving people bad ratings stopped getting review copies. You know, it's a precedent in the industry that if you give them bad press, they just cut you off. You know, it's a precedent. So yeah, every journalist walked eggshells because they didn't want to lose their precious access. They didn't want to lose their stuff. And he said he had heard rumors and didn't investigate. And I can tell you why he didn't investigate. It's because he knew. He knew if he started poking around without some kind of backing, like what ended up happening eventually, and all the bad press started coming out, he was going against Blizzard, one of the biggest developers. You know, you shit on them, and you're going to lose access to all this exclusive content, all these, all these stories. You know, and you better have your story straight, because otherwise they're going to ruin your career like they tried ruining everyone else who's ever tried to say anything against the big narratives that they want to fit. It's the same thing with like regular journalism these days. Say something wrong, you're going to lose access to the Republican or Democrat candidates. Say something wrong, and they're gonna start pushing against you in every way, shape, or form. Fuck, even the unity thing, you can see what's going on with that. People are fighting back against it. And now I bet you, now that the narrative's changed and they've come up with their updated statement, everyone's going to start pushing back and saying, "Oh no, leave them alone. Leave Unity alone. They did the right thing." It's like, no, the bullshit's still there. The bullshit is still there, and everyone's covering it like it's a big win. It's like it's not. But that's what the game press says. That's the narrative that's going to be run with now. That's what it happens every freaking time now. It's so ridiculous. It's one of the things, like I saw you, one of the questions you had was who won Gamergate? I'm like, fucking no one. We all fucking lost. No one got what they wanted. Everyone gets more screwed.
back to the Jason Schreier thing, because this is gonna be in a book, and I don't feel like getting sued for libel. It is slightly more nuanced than that. He did say, This is his direct quote.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Schreier said, "I'd heard rumors and anecdotes, but could never corroborate enough for an article for various reasons."
Yeah, and the various reasons are, I'm too fucking chicken shit to go against Blizzard.
Oh, I mean, that's a fair interpretation, but like
because the second all of a sudden the news comes out, the best move for him to have done is to have kept his fucking mouth shut if he already knew. It's entertainment reporting is the same whether it's gaming or movies. There are these known secrets that no one talks about, because if you talk about them, you're going to be blackballed in the industry and you're going to be run out of town on a rail. Harvey Weinstein's the same way. Everyone knew Harvey Weinstein was an abuser. No one spoke out against him until the Me Too hashtag started. Danny Masterson, who just went to jail, everyone said they knew he was kind of weird. He's a Scientology creep. Everyone knew, and suddenly, now years down the line, he's finally convicted. It's like people have known this, and people do know this, and it's up to that person to stand up and just say, you know what, fuck my little career bubble. I'm gonna do what's right. And that goes for the people in Blizzard too. That goes for people in Blizzard too who knew the shit was going on and didn't speak up. The same goes for them too. Fucking speak up. There's things that are more important in life than having your dream career. It's helping an actual human being, because your career means shit. your career means shit. No one's gonna remember you for the most part unless you were like one of the head top developers, or unless you're one of the community managers. No one's gonna remember you, but everyone will know you're one of the shits that sat in the Cosby Suite because your picture will be right there. Everyone's gonna know that you went along with it, and everyone's just gonna assume you're a horrible person for not speaking out.
It sounds like you don't just take issue with ethics in games journalism, but with a lot of what you perceive as being corruption in our society at large.
Yeah. I reported someone at my own job. There was a guy who was on the floor talking about how he was screwing these women constantly, blah blah blah, all his fucking sexual exploits. And there's a female guard walking around looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. And I'm like, okay, fuck you. I'm reporting you because we had a good ethics line and I reported them.
When you said a female guard, was there a reason you brought up her gender?
Yes, because a guy is giving explicit sexual things and talking about women as if they're trash. Yes. I mean, that if that were my daughter walking around over there, yeah, I'd be like, why the fuck are you saying that kind of shit in front of my daughter at her work where she has no choice but to deal with you?
Oh, so she was being sexually harassed.
No, she wasn't being sexually harassed, not directly, but this guy is talking not like quietly. He's shouting. It is midnight. We are on a dead floor in this building, right? So you can hear him end to end of the floor talking about how he's, I'm fucking sucking her clit and I'm fucking her and I'm gonna ditch her tomorrow because she's a fucking hoe and blah 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 blah. No 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 no. I'm just like, dude, you're at a job. You're at work. If you want to talk like this in the bar or at home, cool, perfectly fine. Don't talk like this at work. Don't degrade people at work. You want to show me how much of a shitbag you are? That's fine. I just won't be friends with you. That's for sure. But don't do it at work. Don't do it at work. Some of the shit that I dealt with when I was working for an IT company here in the States, because I was in Dell in Canada. I was working for a company here, a telecom company, and they were just straight up homophobic, saying they hated homosexuals. Straight up homophobic. Just blatantly talking about it on the floor. And it's like, I'm sorry. I have no tolerance for that kind of shit. I don't. I have a niece and a nephew who are both gay. I don't want them living in that kind of world. It's as bad as racism or anything else. So yeah, I speak up. That time I didn't because I was the only one on the shift that, again, this was a midnight shift. We're the only, we're not midnight, but like an evening shift. We're the only team there, and everyone but me is talking about it. So at that time I knew if I spoke up, there's gonna be retaliation to me, because even the manager was involved in that one. At least for the one in Dell, it was only him, and everyone else was kind of like, haha, yeah, that's really funny. I'm on the phone with a client right now. Can we keep it down? It's like, we were an inbound call center for Dell. It's like, you're sitting there talking about that 5 feet from a client, It's like, bro, like, save it for the bar. Save these stories for the bar.
Let's go meta for a second. Are you sure you want your place of work mentioned in the book? Your former place of work?
Dell, yeah, Dell, I don't care.
Okay.
I've said that several times. I worked at Dell on Twitter. That I didn't mention the telecom company because that might be a little bit problematic. But the other that company, no, I've mentioned I've worked at Dell for years, and I don't like. Do you know how many people have worked for Dell? I was in a building of
hundreds of thousands or millions.
I worked in a building of 5,000 people. I don't really care. I'm very proud of my time at Dell. I enjoyed Dell. It was a good company to work for. Probably one of the best. Like, I have nothing bad to say about the company, and the ethics hotline just took an anonymous report and say la vie. And if it ever gets back to the guy, I don't give a shit. If it ever gets back to my former boss, I don't give a shit, because even he would know it's the right thing to do. I mean, you can't be doing that kind of shit at work.
No, I agree. That's not appropriate behavior. I misheard you, by the way, about the guard thing.
Yeah.
At first.
Yeah. It's just like, she wasn't being directly harassed, but it doesn't really matter. I mean,
no, you can't talk about your coworkers that way. I agree.
But he wasn't even talking about the coworkers. He was just talking about his sexual exploits. Like, it was we were his private audience. about how much of a fucking alpha he is and shit. You know, it's like no one cares, dude. No one cares. But mind you, we had a few great people at Dell. I got another great story, but it doesn't need to be in the book because it's completely off topic. But if you want to hear it, I can tell you it. It's probably the funniest and scariest thing I've ever had happen at work.
We can take this interview whatever direction you want to go, I guess, to
Yeah.
some extent.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to keep it on topic. The reason I'm mentioning this because it does play into that's my character. My character's always been to do the right thing, and that's to me that's what GamerGate was about, was to do the right thing. It's like, yeah, I get it. I get where this story started. It started with a bad relationship that someone was outing them, but then they ganged up and tried to silence him. And I'm like, that's not fucking right. That's not fucking right. Like, you can't use your access and your power to silence someone else's truth. You can't do that. That's not right. You know, is there two sides to every story? Sure. Maybe she had some other tales that she had to share too. But it's like, you can't just use your friends and power to bully people and make them shut up because you don't like what they're saying. That's a non-starter. And I mean, I saw that. I saw how basically gaming critics were they were talking about the stuff that needed to be talked about. They were talking about the abusive practices in the workplace. They are now, but whenever they did, it was like a minor blip in the radar. It's like, and now with AI and stuff, and like, I watched this video today all about that kind of shit, about how we're turning a bunch of people into literal slaves in other countries to do IT work and shit. And I'm just like, where are the press outlets on this? Whether they be mainstream or gamer press, where are the outlets talking about this? They aren't. They're just towing the company line again, just like they were before GamerGate. They're just, falling in line. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. AI is great, sir.
When you say turning people in the developing world into slaves, what do you mean?
MTurk. You ever heard of MTurk?
No.
MTurk is Amazon's mechanical work stuff. They pay people pennies on the dollar to do repetitive tasks. Like, how you do captchas and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're paid to do, to train AI. That's how AI is getting trained half the time, is they do all these picture things and they identify items. And that's how all these AI tools are being developed. All the stuff that's in Adobe and everything, that's where they're buying their data from. There and Appen, who I've actually worked for too. I can tell you, like, I didn't get where they were going for when I originally signed up, but I began seeing it. They basically hire people to give train data to AI at like rock bottom, barely financially stable rates. And they tend to take people out of Venezuela and things like that are very much in desperation for money, and they make them just slave away for them for pennies on the dollar. Like, not even barely a minimum wage. It's insane. It's really insane what's going on. And the only people I'm seeing talk about it are random YouTubers. It's like, why is this not a press story? Why is this not in the news? Why is this not a journalistic story? And I can tell you why. It's because the companies that own the media don't want you to know about it, because they're the companies that are paying for this technology. And they're the ones that want this technology. And it's fucking disgusting. And it depressed the hell. It was the perfect thing to watch right before this interview, because it depressed the hell out of me. It's like, yeah, I got to mention this in the interview. I got to mention it somewhere, that the press still isn't doing anything in regards to actual journalism.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just Googling, can you get sued for things other people say in an interview?
No, if you want, I'll link you the video. You can look at it after.
No, that's fine, man.
It's not at all like, literally. Appen has a document about wage slavery on their website. I'm not shitting you. They actually have a fucking document about this.
I'll just put allegedly in front of everything. It's fine.
Oh no. One sec. You
Okay.
You doubt me.
No, I don't doubt you.
You doubt my power.
If I'm publishing a book, I have to I can't just make accusations.
Hold on a second.
That's not that I doubt you, man. You know what they say, trust but verify, which I'm sure you got the receipts. But dude, look, I gotta be careful.
Global, wait, one second. Global ethical sourcing and modern slavery policy on appen.com. Would you like me to link you?
Sure, you can send it to me, bro. But I'll probably not read it in the
There
moment
you
because
go.
we're live.
There
But
you go. I've sent it to you via DM. You can look at it after. You can verify this. And like the guy said in the video, having this says something about your policies. If you have to say this, if you have to say this, there might be something wrong.
well, do you think that capitalism is good for the developing world because it
No,
allows them
not for the
to?
developing world. No, no, no. I can tell you that right now. Working for Dell, yeah, I know. No, Dell intentionally would outsource to other countries because of the fact they could pay them far less than they could in the U.S. and they didn't have to provide them the same benefits that they would have to provide U.S. or Canadian citizens. They could pay them pennies on the dollar compared to what they pay us. And most of the way Dell structures their training, their resources, and whatnot, that's the bad side of Dell. Most of that stuff was designed to be turnkey for any country, and just basically the reason why you get bad support from Dell half the time is when you go to another country, they're literally just reading lines on a script. They've just been drilled to learn this stuff, sometimes phonetically. Because I knew a guy who worked there that actually worked over he called it his back home. He actually worked with me at Tim Hortons in Canada. You can tell that too. You can put that in the book too. There's
Hey,
lots of Tim
anything you
Hortons in
feel
Canada.
comfortable putting in here. But I swear,
Um,
if it's an allegation, I might have to put allegedly, bro. I don't know.
no,
I don't feel
no,
like getting sued.
this guy when he started at Dell did not speak English. He legitimately did not speak English. He learned English by phonetically telling people and clients the answers to their questions. He learned phonetically. That's how he shadowed someone, and that's how he learned to speak English. That's his story. That's straight from him. You can say that's alleged or whatnot, but I mean, it wasn't like a crime or anything. It just that's how turnkey Dell is. They literally give you scripts, and if you can learn to read phonetically and learn to pick up on keywords and what people are saying, you can follow through one of their decision trees and help someone out. Like I can take anyone who's not tech, take them through a Dell training, take them to Dell serves network solutions, and they can give an approximation of tech support. You know, that's the bad side of Dell. It's great for like every other corporation I've had. I wish they had that level of training, but the reason they have it is kind of a bad reason. But no, capitalism is not good for most developing countries unless that country is stable on its own, because they will get exploited. Like that's why, like I said, Appen is so prevalent in Venezuela. There's Discord servers that you can join that are or for this. And most of them are Venezuelans that are using scripts and whatnot to try and get through the hoops to keep working at Appen to get what money they can. So it's like that to me does not say healthy, you know?
So are these? Well, I can't talk about the specific Appen thing, but you don't think that when these companies invest in these developing countries, that these jobs are oftentimes better than the agricultural subsistence jobs that the people would have worked otherwise in
No,
many cases?
they're disruptive. They're a disruptive force. That's the problem, is that if the concept is if you were to invest money for them to develop on their own and develop their own economy, that's wonderful, because then they can develop their own products, their own goods, their own things, right? The reason they're subsistence farmers is because big corporations go there and buy their products cheaply to produce, to send them and ship them and make tons of money off of their backs. Like look at the coffee industry. The coffee industry turned countries into subsistence farmers because they basically came in and said, "Hey, we want you to make all this coffee for us, and we're going to pay you pennies on the dollar what we're going to charge people back in the U.S. for it." You know, that's where the whole fair trade started coming up, when people started realizing how bad the practices about coffee sales were. You have Starbucks making $6 a cup, and that $6 is what someone earns for an entire day's work, like farming coffee for them. You know, it's ridiculous. It's so unchecked capitalism like that. No, is not good. Like capitalism is overall not a bad system. It's just unchecked, unregulated capitalism is not good. It ruins everything. It's ruining the United States right now. It's ruining every country on Earth.
Are you
Anyone?
good?
No, go ahead.
No, no, dude. If I interject early
No, I'm
too
good. I'm
soon,
good.
then okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. Fuck. Now I lost my train of thought.
Because yeah, I'm derailing the whole conversation. I'm like, capitalism is bad. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, no,
But
it's
what
it's an
about
interesting
GamerGate?
it's an interesting
Capitalism is
discussion.
bad.
And well, I'm sure there's gonna be like ways we can tie it back to GamerGate. And besides, like, if every interview I do for this book is just gonna be like, so yeah, dude, like games journalism sucks, and like,
Yep.
yeah, it's like no, no, no. I want to hear. This is pretty juicy. Let's dig into this. What do you do in your personal life to try and overcome these injustices that you see in the economy?
I can't. I'm a victim of one of these injustices. I've been in debt for years over knee surgeries. What can I do? I can't do anything. I'm making money to survive at this point. I've got a family I got to provide for, bills I got to pay. It's like, I'd love to be able to donate to causes or donate my time to the different things to help the world be a better place. I'm like a lot of people. I'm just here paycheck to paycheck, trying to make ends meet, and gaming is my one bastion of peace and all that. I go in a game to kind of phase away the day, and it's like move on and get to the next day. But I realize, like, I would love to make changes. I would love to see changes, but that takes money and power, and I have neither right now.
Yeah, I support universal health care, so you don't
Yeah,
have to
so do I.
convince me on this.
I was because okay. Here's one thing that people don't really think about when they start talking about how in Great Britain and in Canada the healthcare systems aren't working. Who fucking provides those healthcare systems with their medicines and their equipment? Do
Well,
you know?
I don't think that their
I
healthcare systems
know.
aren't working. I
No,
think
they aren't.
most
They don't. No,
people.
no, no. They're in trouble. They're in trouble. Britain has been underfunding theirs for a while, and Canada has struggled because of the Canadian brain drain. Because the United States owns most of the pharmaceutical companies. They own most of the medical technology companies, and they set the pricing rates for everybody. So the reason why like doctors don't stay in Canada is because they come to the United States, work here for like 5 years, and make 10 times as much money than they can in the Canadian system. They could just make money hand or fist because of how abusive the pricing policies in the United States are for healthcare and how much salaries are. It's ridiculous. It's like the US messes up so much globally for everyone. There was a medication shortage over in Europe because a United States pharmaceutical company just didn't make enough stuff. And they own everybody. They buy out these companies. They buy out these companies globally, and then they just control supply. And it's just like, bro, the United States do not see how much your impact is having on the entire world, how you're screwing it up for everyone. You know, it's like the Daraprim guy. Remember, like Daraprim, the medicine that was for AIDS patients. That pricing upgrade wasn't just for the United States. That was global. That 1,000% or whatever he put it up by, that's global. Everyone had to pay that, including Canadian healthcare services. That's where the money goes. It goes to pay these companies because they still want their money at the end of the day. Even if like the country itself doesn't want to pay, they end up paying some degree of it. They can control some pricing, they can control some things, but at the end of the day, they get hit by it. It's crazy. It's insane. And yes, I want universal health care because I think that it's a universal right for everyone to have the ability to go to the doctor and not die. Fuck me, right?
Is games journalism bad because of capitalism or because of this bad version of capitalism?
To circle the background of games journalism, yes, yes, because there's an incentive for them to not piss off the developers and publishers, so they don't get their access cut because their financing comes from ads from those same companies. So it's like they don't get, like, back in the day, back when it was like old school media, right? The old good old magazine, game magazines and whatnot. Most of those magazines were supported by ads from tech companies like Nvidia, Voodoo. Like most of their ads were for hardware, right? And most of these game magazines didn't necessarily talk about hardware. I can't really say for the potential conflicts when it comes to hardware mags and that, because I didn't read those when I was growing up, because I didn't have a PC till I was till I was in my 20s. So that was really what I grew up with. But for the game magazines, outside of Nintendo Power or like any other company owned games magazine that was strictly propaganda and media for that company, all of them had money coming from other places other than just games media, for games producers. They had some ads for games and whatnot. I remember seeing ads for Daikatana and all the other big games that came through, but for the most part, the ads came from hardware producers, so they had no financial need to worry about pissing anyone off. They had no worry about access because they were the gatekeepers at that time. They were the ones giving you access to an audience that you didn't have, right? Like a developer didn't have a massive publisher behind them and their entire like army of social media and ads campaign guys. They had just like their game, and they needed to produce it and they needed to send it out, and there may be a publisher doing that, but that publisher didn't have all that. They simply turned to the gaming press to try and drum up business. It was a totally different time. But now with games being huge and massive and making billions of dollars a year for companies, game magazines don't keep up. They never improve their model. They never changed over until it was far too late to other models of subscription, because like subscriptions themselves were never what you really pay the magazine for. I mean, the magazine costs far more than subscription. It's like newspapers. You pay a little bit of money for the subscription, and it's mainly made up in the ads that the people they're advertising to you. It's mainly made up through their money, not through your subscription. Your subscription just is a bit of an offset for some of the publishing costs, but for all the staff and office time and everything, all it was ad revenue. Hell, I worked at a newspaper. I know that shit. Our money came from advertisers. It never came from the 50 cents you paid for the damn newspaper. Same thing for even for the expensive like $9.99 a month magazines. That $9.99 a month is not going to pay for everything. It doesn't. It can pay for some degree of access and whatnot, but not for everything you need for a games mag, not for all the employees, not for the publishing, not for the shipping, not for the demo disc creation, not for everything else that came with those. So yeah, I mean, it unchecked capitalism has screwed us all. It's pushing us towards a financial apocalypse.
What can be done about this?
Not fucking much. The only thing we could really do is provide them the opportunity to make us obsolete. We can strike, but I think in some ways we're in some instances we're too late for that. In others, we still have time. I mean, one of the great things about the writers and the actors strike is that one of their big talking points is AI, and it's like, yes, at least someone's fighting back against it, And there's the lawsuits from what company is it? Oh, Getty Images. There's a lawsuit there that could potentially mean the end of AI as we know it, which I really hope one or the other does that, because that's the next thing. That's the next thing that unchecked capitalism is going to force down our throats. Like I said, this video I watched is I had thought of some of the implications of AI, but not all of them. I had not thought through all the uses for it. I mean, I was like worried about creative activities and whatnot, and how like there's AIs now they use to generate NPC dialogues. They don't have to hire as many writers to write dialogue. And there's NPC. Now they have voice generation, so that you can not pay an actor to get the voice generation for the game. And of course, you can ask ChatGPT to code the game for you. Um, again, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. You're limiting more and more staff, more and more human involvement. And then they started talking about how, oh yeah, they can also use that for like raising or lowering your insurance premiums, because they can track that data and like force you to do, like, I know like Progressive and stuff like that. They have these things you put in your car, right? That hooks the multi-port where they'll actually connect to for when they're doing maintenance on your car. And that has all the data, like how fast you drive, how many times you brake, all that kind of stuff. It has a ton of data that's collected in there. And they could force you to put that in your car, make that so it connects to their offices through like WhisperNet or something like that. And then they can just adjust your insurance rates on the fly based on your driving habits using AI. Fun! just a hellscape. It's just a hellscape.
But Pawkeshup, there's also some opportunities for positive uses of AI.
No,
Isn't
there aren't.
there
No, there
also?
aren't.
Yeah,
No, there aren't.
we could have, or could we not have, if we take, so let's say we all lose our jobs, 95% of people lose our jobs due to artificial intelligence. Like if the government handles this well, which is a big if, but if they do it well, we can have like drastic increases in economic output with fewer inputs, and like we can have like luxury standards of living for everybody.
Okay. First of all, how stupid are you? Do you really think, like, again, you have to understand the people we are electing right now barely understand technology. They barely understand technology. I will never forget. There's a sound bite you can probably look for where someone is talking to the CEO of TikTok or one of the representatives from TikTok, and he's like, "So what you're saying to me is, if I have TikTok on my phone, would it have access to my Wi-Fi when I'm at home?" And you expect these people who barely understand this shit to somehow loop this into a good thing for us. I don't. I mean, maybe when they finally die off, we might have some, but then we have like Lauren Boebert and Margie Taylor Greene coming up behind them. So I don't see it. I don't see it. At least not in the United States. Maybe another country they can manage it. Not in the United States. Not unless there's massive rethinking about how we elect politicians and how long they're allowed to serve, and like huge massive reforms. No, like, you know, I want nationalized healthcare, but I it would have to be really well done. It has to be really well done, and I would not want to see a world where AI becomes any more prevalent than it is. I actually want to see AI go the exact opposite direction, back to a novelty, back to cutesy little things they can do, and just take it completely out. Because how it's being designed, first of all, it's not artificial intelligence. The intelligence part is bullshit. It's just more advanced mathematical algorithms that people are just poking in the direction they want to work. And they're even saying with the new version of Chat GPT, how it's starting to daydream more and how it's starting to have more issues and more errors. And they're trusting this to judge people's lives. There's an issue in, if you want to watch something that's really scary, watch the robocaller scandal in Australia from Friendly Jordies. They had AI, an algorithm, picking out who owed them debts and who was vouching on debts incorrectly. You know, who were robbing their social security and social unemployment benefits blind, right? Doing it incorrectly, you know, doing what they shouldn't be doing, and they harassed people until they committed suicide. That's the future of AI. That's the future of AI as it's being used right now. That's where we're headed, to the point where AI will decide your fate and will harass you and badge you until you are dead. And I'm sorry, That's not a future I want to have for my kids. That's not a future I want to have for me.
Like there's obviously needs to be regulations, but I think that anytime we've seen like a drastic increase, and we're talking about potentially a massive increase in economic production, there's going to be some downsides to that in certain areas. Like some people might lose their jobs because it's more efficient. We saw this with the
Right,
Industrial
but
Revolution. But like I think like if we can handle it well, and you say we can't, like if we can handle it well, it could be good, right?
no, no, because the zero sum game of AI is to remove humans from the workforce. Automation is not like everything else we see. In the Industrial Revolution, it was converting extremely dangerous manual labor jobs by adding in technology that would then created new jobs. Like, for example, if you look at phone switches were extraordinarily damaging to human beings. Like, it was okay. So back in ye olden days, well, first of all, do you know what a phone switch is? First of all,
They had like the pictures of usually women plugging
no,
in
that's
like thousands of.
you're yeah, no, that was prior to phone switches. That was the operating model. Okay, so I worked in telecom and I know the story behind all this. So short tangent, but before I give you the full tangent, something is beeping in the kitchen. I shut that off. It's probably time for me to just cook the food for the kids. So I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes to get that started. Okay.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay.
So, hey chat, how are you doing? Captain Carbine, buzzword du jour.
Actually, I lied. I had to go. I had to. The oil has to heat up first. Sorry.
No, you're
And
good.
I'm like, yeah. Okay, so I'll tell the story. Then I'll probably have to go in and start frying some stuff when it heats up. But so the invention of the phone switch, I know this is a complete different, complete different direction from GamerGate, but the invention of the phone switch happened because of the operator model. It was a small town. I forget the state that it was in, but there was two mortuaries, right? And one of the mortuaries started seeing less and less business. It's because that mortuary, the other mortuary, was getting married to the operator of that town, and there was only the one operator in that town. And so she was directing anytime someone needed a funeral, she was directing to her own fiance's business, ignoring the other guys. So he invented a phone switch, which essentially was a couple of wheels. Like you ever seen rotary dial?
Yeah, yeah,
You
you
ever seen-
you pull it and
This
it
is
goes back and you
yeah.
pull it again.
This
Yeah.
was literally how rotary dial worked. Is there were a series of dials with wires connected, and when you rotated them a certain number, they would link you to that wire. So when you were doing rotary dial, like A, it would go 8 position, tick 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 tick, and it would move to connect you automatically without having to have you talk to an operator who could preferentially transfer you to someplace else. It was to remove the human equation from that because of bias. That's the first kind of automation to remove someone from the equation. But operators didn't lose their jobs. They got converted to being directory assistants, right? And it invented a whole new industry of phone switching. However, the phone switches were extremely aggressive machines. They would overheat, and so it required people to put oil in them and to work on them. And so you had people who were phone techs back in the day. That's what they did. They would go in these big office buildings and they would damage their hearing, they would damage their health handling oil and all this kind of stuff. to keep these machines running. So when they went to digital switching, that took out that job for them, but then those techs moved into just being road techs to service phone lines. So those revolutions didn't take away a job. They converted one role to another role, right? AI, the whole purpose of AI is to just eliminate, to be like the phone switch and eliminating the operator, but to also eliminate the operator ever needing to be there, because you can ask the AI about the stuff the operator would have known. Two, it's to replace everything. It's just like cashiers and automated self checkout, right? They're eventually going to push to the point where they had, like Amazon had a completely attendantless store where you just walked in, it tracked where you went, it tracked what you picked up, it tracked what you put in your basket, and you walked out and it automatically charges you. Like that's the future people who are developing AI want. They want to eliminate every human job in the chain, start to finish. They want to put like robot stalkers in there. They want to just make a machine. They want to make the service automated. They want to eliminate the delivery drivers, because my brother drove truck. He was a long haul trucker for a little bit, and they're making them take on AI in their trucks to have it automatically drive, and trying to train it to drive and deliver goods. And when that becomes good enough, you won't need long haul truck drivers anymore. The job just won't be there. It's just going to go away. There's not a second job for a truck driver. It just won't be there anymore. That's the problem with AI. It is not progressing you to do something else. It is you simply just losing the opportunity to do something else. It's just like when they had these automated kitchens, you know, like they're slowly automating McDonald's to the point where eventually there'll be no kitchen help. There'll be no staff. There might be like 2 or 3 guys that monitor the location for stuff, but you'll walk up, you'll pay with your phone app. The food will be automatically sorted and made for you. It will be automatically delivered to you, and you'll drive off. And every one of those other workers just don't need to be there anymore. That staff will just not need to be around. And that's the way AI is going. And that's how AI is going to be used, because that's how big corporations want to use it, because it cuts costs in the end, even if the service is not as good. Because as long as it's good enough that people will still use it, that's what they'll do.
But Pawkeshup, wouldn't some people say that the real dystopian hellscape is the idea that we're going to be working 40 hours a week every week for the rest of our lives until the end of time? That this is the peak of humanity, and we'll never achieve anything better than this 40-hour work week.
Right now, we're working 40 hours a week because rich CEOs want to have another yacht. We're already in that hellscape. I don't know what you're talking about. We're already in that hellscape. This is a new hellscape where you're going to work 80 hours at places like MTurk, making a quarter what you currently make, living in a rented house that's owned by Amazon in an Amazon-owned town, which they're trying to bring back company towns. Amazon's trying to bring back company towns. So, like, like she went ahead and said, get in the widget cage. Get in the widget cage. That's the new hellscape coming. That's the new hellscape coming, where you will be owned by a corporation and you will just make not money, but points in their system to purchase your goods from them directly. That's the new hellscape coming. That's the new one. The current with a 40-hour work week hellscape, oh yeah, we're there. We've been there. We've been there for like a good couple decades, ever since Reagan's trickle down economics. When he put through what I think it was Wilson thought up, when he finally be able to push all that through, and it's not changed since. Welcome to hell.
You don't have to answer, but how many hours of your life do you think you've committed to supporting GamerGate and GamerGate related causes?
I don't remember how long I spent on doing GameGate shit. I was not one of the people that ran shit, but I mean, like I said, I tried being a games journalist. There's actually reviews of mine out there in the world. I tried doing that. I tried, you know, going on stuff like this and talking to people. I try talking to people on Twitter. I don't even want to think about how much time I committed to Gamergate. And I mean, like I said, there were a few things that happened that were good, but ultimately I look at around, I'm like, it's history's just repeating itself now. We're just seeing, everyone just, now it's, instead of being games outlets, now it's independent YouTubers that are just turning themselves over for money for different things. And so we're losing even that kind of independence for half the things we want to hear about. You know, it,
Well,
it's it's just it's just moving on. This is not changing.
well, you think that we live in like this upcoming dystopian hellscape. Do you think if you put those hours that you committed to Gamergate, perhaps what, hundreds of hours, thousands maybe,
Not thousands, Jesus Christ, no, hundreds
hundreds?
maybe,
Okay. If you put
and
those
not
hundreds of
really.
hours and put those towards like advocating for like AI regulation and like universal health care and stuff like that instead, do you think you could have like been more
No,
productive?
no, because again, it's money and power. It is like I look at like Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street was an attempt to do something like that, right? To bring attention to a cause. And it got belittled in the end and mocked, and it fell apart because you had 18 different people. Like it's the same way with GamerGate. It just had all these different divisions of trying to do different bullshit. They were just unfocused and trying to do their own shit. And the reason is because they let you play your game, but the reality is the money has always driven the country. Way back when Philip Morris and all those companies were bigger deals than they are now, due to the fact that finally someone spoke up, you realize they had like cigarettes being packed in people's rucksacks for war. They had advertisements saying that cigarettes helped your asthma. Like this was shit that actually happened. Like, do you know why breakfast foods include bacon?
No, aside from the fact that I like bacon.
Because pork belly salespeople were having issues pushing the product. They contacted this one guy, I forget his name, but this one guy then went around for advertising and asked doctors what would be better for breakfast, a light meal or a hearty meal. And so by using what doctors said to convince people, he basically made bacon a staple of breakfast through marketing.
I don't see that as like a bad thing aside from like the factory farming part of it.
No, but do you not understand what that means? It means he took doctors did not say bacon is healthy for you, right? And I'm not going to get into that whole debate. That's no, no. Everything in moderation, in my opinion. But he did not tell them should people eat bacon. He said should people have a light breakfast or a hearty breakfast? And he got doctors saying, well, a hearty breakfast because you start the day with breakfast, right? He then turned that into you need to eat bacon for breakfast, and took an industry that was flagging and was not selling their product and turned it into one of the biggest industries we have. Bacon became bacon's a cultural thing now, all because one motherfucking guy wanted to sell more pork bellies. One guy. Do you realize how scary that is?
No, wait, hang
Especially,
on. I'll let you
do you
finish your
re-
point. Then I want to.
like do you realize that this, like, you didn't even know the story? You just know bacon is good because you've had bacon, because bacon's been a staple and bacon's just not something you think about anymore, right? What about milk? Like milk lobbies? The reason why we have cheese in caves is milk lobbies. Like the reason we have corn in such prevalence is corn lobbies. These small groups of influence run the country, and you should be scared by that fact. You should be scared by that fact.
Well, look, if we're talking about like subsidies and stuff like that, I could probably like in certain areas probably oppose those. But I think that like one thing that makes like capitalism and liberal democratic capitalism so good is that you have all these different competing players that are trying to make different products and have put forward different ideas and competing with each other and providing checks on each other. And it's not a perfect system, but I think that like by and large, when it comes to like human civilization, like this is like a pretty good way to like structure it, where you have like regulatory bodies and watchdog
Yeah,
groups and
yeah,
nonprofits
but
and competing
that's just it.
corporations and media and
But that's just it. We don't have that anymore. That's been slowly being eroded. Like you haven't noticed. Go look up who owns most of the food we eat. It's like 2 or 3 companies now. Go look at how internet is terrible in the United States. Why? Because 2 or 3 companies own the internet, and they literally do not compete with one another. I remember once, I can't find the clip anymore because it's probably been deleted from history, but they actually had one of these cable companies on the line in it was a New Jersey morning show, and they asked why this company that is in New York was not selling in New Jersey, and because they said they had an agreement with the cable company in New Jersey not to do that. That's collaboration. That's not competition. That's actually against the law, but it's not against the law anymore because the lobbyists have changed the law. Like that's the problem is that the laws that we have now in the United States are primarily written by the people they affect, right? By the corporations they affect. That's why you have these CEOs making billions of dollars and not paying taxes. It's why Activision Blizzard got a fucking tax rebate. Activision Blizzard got a goddamn fucking tax rebate. That should infuriate you because they have lobbied so hard and done such a great job manipulating the laws of the country that's why they have all the power and you have none. That's why we're all working for shit wages and we aren't getting raises because they keep the propaganda going that we can't do communism and have a basic income for anybody. We can't do that, and we can't forgive student debt, and we can't do this, and we can't do that, all because the corporations that run this country don't want that to happen. They don't want that to happen. That's unchecked capitalism. That's where we're at right now. We're not in like good capitalism where it's regulated and moderated, and you have the government having the checks and balances, or having unions, or having anything. There are so few actual unions now that can influence people. Like my wife, she works at a company where there's another union, right? She's not part of that union. I don't really want to out where she works and everything, but they recently did a strike. They recently did a strike for the unionized workers, and she was going to have to go in and fill in for the unionized workers or lose her job because she's not in a union. That's the reality, is that unless you have a union watching your ass, unless you are one of the few industries that has a watchdog that still it still has money and funding and staff to monitor your shit, you're just getting screwed. You're just getting screwed out of everything. And you're going to keep getting screwed out of everything because it makes the corporation and the CEO money. It makes the line go up. And line go up is good for corporation. It's good for stockholders. It's the reason why Unity did the fucked up shit they did. They wanted the line to go up. And the way they make the line go up is make more money. Well, how are you going to make more money? Well, let's just fuck over all of our developers and back charge them for almost a decade or however long it's been around of back money we think we're owed for them using our product. They don't. That's how corporations think. They don't think with any sort of logical concept of what's real. They just see line go up, make line go up again. Rawr.
So you wanted to become a games journalist. Is that because you wanted to be the change you wanted to see in the world?
Yes, very much so. I'll talk about that in just a second, though, because I think the oil should be hot enough. So I will be right back. It'd be like, I just got to throw in like 2 sets of like, I'm making homemade chicken nuggies
If it
for my babies.
puts the
So
oil on itself before it gets the hose again.
I'm not putting that oil on myself. I'll die. You want me to die? That's those 350 degrees right now, man.
No, not really.
You trying to kill me. You trying to kill me. I'll be right back.
Well, chat, this has been fun so far. Not quite the direction I thought it would go, but it's not bad. I think it's actually good for the book probably to have like a couple interviews where things go a little bit different. Um, I don't plan these things out. I don't like coordinate like, oh, you should say this, you should say that, or whatever with people beforehand. I feel like that'd be corrupt. Um, but yeah, no, this is definitely not what I expected, but in a good way, I guess. It's a good to have diversity in the book of like different formats. Except we're like an hour in. Actually, we are an hour in, and I'm on like question 2 or 3. R.I.P. I think I'll roll. I think I'll roll with the format here. Roll with the punches. Oh, I forgot to post on Discord that we're doing the interview about GamerGate. Right. Well, that's what I told people at least. I'm sure we'll get to it at some point. I mean, it's all kind of related, I guess. Well, some of it kind of is. But it's cool. I think it's an interesting approach, and maybe it's a deliberate approach. Maybe it's a deliberate approach too to by Pawkeshup to try and like, cause like if you sit there like answering the question, like that's not like a people don't when they're reading it they don't see a person. We just see like, oh, here's a series of answers. But with Pawkeshup, the way he's approaching it, you see a human being there. Maybe that's useful. Maybe there's value in that. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, um, I'm probably interviewing Game Diviner. Lisa requested we reschedule for looks like probably next week. Um, so I'll probably be interviewing Game Diviner tomorrow. Well, sorry for the dead air, everyone.
You still vamp for time?
Oh no, we're good. We're good. What's up?
I'm just it's just frying, so I got a couple minutes. But yeah, I wanted to be the change. I wanted to be a change. I wanted to be a part of that change. And ultimately, I another games journalist came in and told my editor that I said, "Hey, I want to do objective reviews like the old days," and like basically said to the guy, "Hey, he's doing this. It's bad. It's terrible. It's this. It's that," and got me shit canned.
What is an objective review?
Well, is it what was it treating like as opposed to treating every game like I have to know absolutely everything about the genre and be like either hate reviewing or love reviewing a fucking game, treating a game like a product and reviewing it like a product, like we used to do before it became like every game is either political or fanatical devotion or fanatical hatred, you know, like normal reviews. So I was trying to take it from a more objective standpoint, like does the game work? Is it something people of that genre are going to like? Are they going to enjoy this game for these reasons? What reasons would you enjoy this game for? Who is this game made for? That kind of thing. I personally thought my reviews came out really well, but
Do you think there's value in criticizing video games or reviewing them from a or artistic or subjective or political
but and
perspective?
that's, to me, that's critique. That's when you get into the critique, and like that was always when people would start editorializing, and it's like, well, that's a fine thing, but it's also, you have to understand, people are paying money for this game. So it's like, can we not go back to the days when we treated games like a product that they are, and understood that, I think that would stop all this whole political nonsense. It's like, then you start to understand that the political nonsense they're adding in is just a pandering mechanic to make you buy the game, even though the game may have flaws. Like Last of Us 2, hello? Like, you take the story, you shit all over the story, you make a nonsensical story that makes no goddamn sense when you look at the story in a vacuum, and you do that after The Last of Us 1, which is actually a pretty well written story. And it's like, you only did this because you wanted to have a trans character and a non-binary character, and you want to throw all this crap in here that, again, could be written well, but very much wasn't. It was very much not written well. And, like, if someone had actually reviewed that on its merits outside of the thing, they say the gameplay was is pretty good. They had issues. It had amazing features about accessibility, and the story was dog shit. And if they actually said that in a review and been honest, I mean, do you think it would have been a bad thing? No, it had to be politicized. It was nonsense.
So you're against diversity in games?
No, I'm not. I'm against forced diversity that has bad writing.
What is forced
Diversity is
diversity?
great. The Last of Us 2. Like them being like, you saw the rape scene, right?
I've not
That
played
they put
either of
into
the
it.
Last of Us games.
The one sec, I'll be right back. Beeping is happening, but I'll be right back. But I'll. Ooh.
Well, what's everyone up to today? How you doing? I'm not sure how much time we have before he comes back, but okay. Sorry for the bad stream content today, but at least it's going for the book, so it'll be fun.
Yes. So Last of Us.
All right, welcome back.
Yes, thank you. I know. I'm sorry. I got pulled for the dinner card tonight, so I'm just trying to.
I care more about the book than I do the stream, so you're fine.
Yes. Good. But yeah, the big thing with The Last of Us and Last of Us 2 is Last of Us 1 had a pretty it wasn't like a stunning narrative. And if you're ever interested in playing it, let me know. I'm gonna spoil it.
I probably will at some point in my life.
Okay, so I won't spoil it, but it has a pretty basic narrative with a couple of nice twists, pretty good voice acting, pretty good characters, all that kind of stuff. The Last of Us 2 revisits those same characters, but they add in like an entirely separate storyline for another character they just made that is one of these diversity characters. And the story they end up telling makes no sense, um, for multiple reasons. It makes no sense, and it's like the ending ends up being extremely conflicting back and forth as to what the motivation is for one of the main characters. And so the storyline's not good. It's not good on a objective basis because it just doesn't make sense why characters say certain actions at certain points in the story. And certain scenes just don't need to exist. It's just poorly written. And it's poorly written because they're trying to force in this diversity. And it's like, okay, diversity can be written well. I've seen diversity written well. That ain't it. I mean, it's not Velma levels of bad, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
What's the difference between natural diversity and forced diversity?
Natural diversity feels natural and is included in the story in a natural fashion, and unnatural diversity tends to just turn to the camera and tell you what the message is. Like, I can freaking do things with my mind. That just happened. If you don't know where that's from, that's another game that they've done the same thing with.
The Life is Strange one?
No, that's not Life is Strange. No, God, it's Forsaken.
Oh, I've not seen it.
The voice, the storylining and voice acting is terrible. But it's because they tried doing this forced diversity character that people don't know how to write, and they write it terribly, and it's acted terribly, and it's just horrible. And it's like, okay, maybe find someone who has something to say, and then let them write it, and
How can
hopefully
you
it's
tell
better.
though? How can you tell though if it's forced or if it's just like poorly done because they're incompetent?
Um, well, I mean, most corporate products are forced. Let's put it to that, because they're not designed by an auteur anymore. They're designed by a committee of people that are trying to check a bunch of boxes, right? Like, we got to make sure we have the diverse character list. We got to make sure that we have microtransactions. We got to make sure, even if they don't make sense, because even that game has microtransactions and like skins and stuff that don't really make sense. You know, it turn like they want to treat the game like a product when they want to make money with it, and they want to make it a social statement when they want to sell it to you. That's why I'd love to see people coming back to objective reviews, being able to just look at a product as a product and say, this is a product that's not worth your time because it's either broken or it's badly monetized or this, and they can just ignore the attempts at pandering to people of diverse natures.
But
I think it's insulting to people.
is there no value in that? I mean, didn't Star Trek like deliberately have like a black crew member in the 19
Yeah,
Yahula,
they did.
and
But
also a
but did they
Russian too?
but did they ever be like, did they ever turn to her and say, Ahura, as a black woman, what do you think of this? Well, as a black woman using the black experience, I believe the black experience says that I should be this way. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for teaching us all this amazing lesson, Ahura. No, she was just a character in the show. She was just a character in the show, written as a normal, natural character of that time span. You know? Like, Joy of the Forge didn't say, because of my blackness, I can solve this problem.
Well, but her
Like,
even being on the bridge as a major crew member, like that
yeah,
in of itself was a political statement.
it was. It was, and it still is. And I mean, there was the first interracial kiss on one of the first, if not the first, interracial kiss on screen was Kirk and Uhura. You know, you can say something without shoving it in someone's face in a very blunt, non-conforming way. And one second, I got more beeping. I will be right. Hopefully, this is no. I got one more after this, so I'll be right back.
Sorry for cooking the content again. I guess these things are going to be natural when you're interviewing people who aren't professional streamers. It's just gonna a normal part of it, which I'm fine with. I mean, earlier I muted myself and I was actually having a slice of pizza. R.I.P. the VOD. See, I guess if you want to watch it without all the gaps, you have to buy the book. Because with how busy I am doing these interviews and stuff, I'm not going to go in and edit out all the gaps for the video. I'll be doing enough editing for the book. And we just lost. We just lost a bunch of viewers. Yeah, that's fine though. You know, the more I talk during this, the more I have to edit out for the book from the transcript. So maybe I should just shut the fuck up. Oh, thanks for the shout out, DJ Yams. I should probably be more conscious and make a more conscious effort to actually shout people out when they follow me. Except I can't see it when they do on YouTube necessarily. There's a way I could probably turn it on, but like on Twitch and Kick, it'll show me.
Hello.
All right, where were we?
Talking about the destruction of the universe or something like that.
So have you seen Deep Space Nine?
Yes.
Have you seen the episode Far Beyond the Stars where Cisco goes back to the 1950s?
Yeah, Next Generation had similar episodes. Yeah, I know. Like there were occasional forced episodes like that. They tend to be looked back on as kind of like, why they do that?
I don't think so. I think Far Beyond the Stars is a pretty good episode.
I think so too, but I mean, like not every time they do that because it's been done a few times where they brought up racial issues and whatnot on the show, and I mean, it was much more tactful back then. I've got to admit, like it. I know some of the episodes, like I can't remember that one specifically. I remember seeing it, but I can't remember that one specifically. But I know that some of those episodes will look back on not as fondly these days. But I think they were much better done than things like I don't know, all of Big Mouth or all of Velma or the reboot of Saints Row or literally anything that's been done with the main drive being to force diversity in people's faces.
What about the Orville?
The Orville was funny. I've seen clips of it, but I've never seen the whole show, unfortunately.
They talk about social issues, sort of. Like there's obvious parallels between the social issues in the setting
Well, I mean,
in the
like
episodes and I think they handle them really well.
I mean,
Actually.
that's next gen all over the place. Next gen, like season 1 and 2 had a lot of that, and they had it on in later seasons too. There was always parallels. Like I remember one Next Generation episode where they're talking about how they had like they were dealing with how one planet was keeping another drug addicted so they could continue to use them as a labor force. I mean, that was at a time when that was kind of a thing that was happening in the real world. You know, so that was the thing that was being done, and like it talked about how them being drug dealers and them pushing pills on people and keeping them addicted to the said pills, solely because they said that they needed them because they said they were sick. It was at a time when prescription drugs were starting to become more of a thing, and you're starting to see people prescribing away problems, and it was a kind of a social commentary, but it was done in a nice, not heavy-handed way where they're turning the camera every 5 seconds, looking at the camera, going, "Viewer, are you paying attention to this person's plight? Is this this is what the social message is?" It's like there's a way to do it, and there's a means of doing it, and if you know how to do it, it can work out very well. But if you don't, it becomes completely ridiculously heavy-handed and annoying, and it ruins the media that's being done in. It ruins the show or the production or the game or the book. It ruins it because it's nothing but heavy-handed preaching at that point.
So is your issue with the quote unquote forced diversity, or is it with like social commentary that's done bad?
Both. I mean, social commentary that's done bad is normally forced diversity. Like that's what it is these days. Like there are other times when it was, like one thing I always loved is as a kid, they had decided that GI Joe should be teaching people lessons, right? The toy commercial, the 30-minute long toy commercial, was supposed to teach people lessons, and so
Winners
they
don't
had
do drugs.
yes, and my favorite moment of modern history is when body massage became a thing. Body massage, body massage. You know the meme. Yeah, I'm sure
I
you
do
know the
not.
meme.
I think you're a bit older than me.
Oh my god. No. No. No, 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 no. G.I. Joe body. No. Really. You have not seen this. You have not seen the G.I. Joe PSAs.
I think I've seen like the memes of them, like the winners don't do drugs thing. But I've never like saw the commercials themselves. I think that was before
No,
my
I'm
time.
talking about the memes. G.I. Joe body massage. Body massage. Pork chop sandwiches. You've not seen these ones? You've
I
not.
guess not. I'm
I
an
sent you one.
uncultured swine.
I sent you one. Look at it. I'll be right back. I got one more load of nuggets to put through.
Okay. All right. Let's watch this together, chat.
Oh man, check out that thing, man.
What do you want to do with it?
Let's launch over it.
Who wants a body massage?
What did he just say to us?
Mr. Body
5 more
Massage
minutes and
Machine.
I'm all yours completely.
What the hell?
Body massage.
Making dinner is so much fun.
It wasn't really that funny.
No, but I'm just saying, like that is just one of them. And to me, that was like a great moment when I saw that, because I'm like, these were the dumbest fucking PSAs. Like, you were just like that one, that body massage when you just saw.
Yeah.
That was the video is legit, right? And it was about not touching power lines that were down in front of down across the road. That was the message of the PSA. This would be shown after you just watch a bunch of people shooting big laser guns at each other. Like, totally disconnected from the context of anything. It's not like this was in a battle and he went out to save them and move the. No, this was just like at the end of the episode, there'd be these fucking things. And I just love the fact that someone came around and mocked the shit out of them. You know? Like.
So if a developer wants to, like, they're making a game and they're like, I think I want to include a character who's from Africa. Is that forced diversity?
Then do your research, write it well, and do a good job of it. That's all I'm saying. Like, there's been characters from Africa. There's been characters from other countries and other productions. It's not like it hasn't happened before. It's just being done terribly now because they end up having to make them like the best example I can say is Rey from Star Wars, right? Because she's a woman, they decided that she cannot fail because it would look bad because now you're belittling women. So they decided that she's perfect at everything. She can outfight someone with a lightsaber, having never used a lightsaber. She can use the Force without ever being trained. She can fly the Millennium Falcon better than Han Solo. She can do everything. She's the perfect character with no struggles and no issues. Why? Because if they tried giving her issues, they know they'd be mocked in the press by everyone saying, oh, they put a woman in there, but the woman is incapable. How dare they say a woman can't be capable? Captain Marvel was ruined for the same reason. Brie Larson was, she failed, quote unquote, to get back up, but at the same time, she really had no struggles. Like, that's the problem, is that because of this forced diversity, because they are forcing certain messages to be prevalent in these in media, it ruins the story. It just does. Like, you could look around, there's so many examples. Like, most of the poorly rated things by the audience are because the fucking people missed the mark. They just missed, like, The Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid wasn't that bad. It was probably the best reboot that they've done. But, like, her character, like, she was totally not the right pick for that role. But why'd they pick her? Because she's black. Because she's black and she's a friend of Beyonce, I believe. I think she was Beyonce that she's like the protege of. And they picked her for those reasons. Did she fit that role? No. She was terrible in that role. Javier Bardem as King Triton was terrible in that role. Like, they were bad. They were bad. And if it wasn't for the fact that they were going to get press for doing it, they wouldn't have done it. They would have cast someone else who is good at acting. She's not good at acting most of the time. Every great once in a while, her co-star would pull something out of her, and those scenes were actually fun and looked good. And she actually, didn't just stare wall-eyed at the camera like a music video and like.
You're still talking about The Little Mermaid?
Yes,
I've not seen it, so.
I've seen. They wanted to take my kids to it, so we went to see it. And like I said, honestly, the biggest treat for me was Ursula. And I mean, people have mocked the performance, but I think she did a great job. I mean, she did not phone that performance in. She worked that performance as much as she could with the CGI, But
I don't usually bring up things from the chat for these things, but I think that there actually is an interesting question here from Captain Carbine.
What's that?
How do you feel about Finn being censored in the Star Wars posters in China?
Oh, what that? I gotta pull nuggets out of the oven. Oh my god, you want? One sec. I just gotta make one announcement here. Okay, so the whole Finn thing, that shows you what the real motivation is, right? Like, if Disney wanted to promote diversity, first of all, Finn would have been the hero. Bottom line, Finn would have been the hero. You know, because he had the best character arc potential. He had the best storyline potential. He had the best of everything, right? He had the best opportunity to really have a great story. This person who was
Yeah, I agree.
a clone and a stormtrooper, and now he assumed the identity of Poe, who they brought back because they liked him, but he was supposed to have died in the original crash. One sec. Sorry, I was getting questioned by a little man.
No, you're fine.
So yeah, like, he would have been the better character, but they didn't use him because Disney couldn't market him in China. Because, oh my God, Chinese have a bias against black people, so we have to go ahead and take him off the posters, and we have to hide him. He doesn't belong in the movie because they won't go to it if he's there.
It's funny too, because I don't think they even like took him off completely in most of them. I think
No,
just
they made him
shrunk
much smaller.
They made him like
They made
super
him
tiny,
smaller.
so you couldn't even see him really.
That's why he said they ain't going to Disney Plus me, because he knew he was just being used as quota. That's all he's being used at that point in time. He was being used as quota because he should have been the hero of that movie. He should have been the person that led it. One sec. Okay. There we go. I was just getting everything sorted.
Well, what direction would you have liked them to have taken Finn's character?
He should have been the chosen one. Not chosen, but like, he should have been the one that's actually done everything. He should have been the one to, learn how to fly the Millennium Falcon. He should have been the one to use the Force. He should have been the one to do all these things. He should have been the main character through the whole goddamn story. Poe should not have been there. They should let his character die like he was supposed to. It would have been far more interesting for him to deal with the fact that he's like dealing under two different identities. He's originally a clone stormtrooper. It would have been really super interesting if he played if they actually showed a clone of him on the other side of things. That would have been super interesting. Like, there's so many really cool things they could have done, but like, I think it's Rich from Red Letter Media says, they're out of ideas for Star Wars. They're out of ideas for Star Wars. It's bankrupt. They're just repeating the old things. They brought back Palpatine, for Christ's sakes. Like, it's terrible. It's awful.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
The
sequel trilogy is garbage.
It is. It's utter garbage.
Which is there's so much they could have done differently and done better.
And it's because it was made as a product to make money off of the Star Wars IP. It was not because someone had something to say about it. Like, as much as you want to hate on the prequel trilogy, if people want to hate on the prequel trilogy, at least he was trying to say something with it. And he was trying to say it badly and terribly, and it was a god-awful series of movies, but at least he had something to say about it, At least it came from someone who had a vision of something. It's a terrible vision, but it was at least a vision, The sequel trilogy is just a bunch of garbage movies that have Star Wars slapped on them. The only thing that was really interesting is Rian Johnson tried to do something interesting, but I'm pretty sure he was crippled by Disney to not do certain things. At least it was something more interesting. We were like, they were not going to go with the whole chosen one narrative that Rey was someone special. Like, it was more interesting. At least it was trying things.
Oh, thanks for the follow, Sion the Great. I did actually ask that earlier, by the way. Sorry, I'm talking to the chat. Shoot, I should not do that. I'm used to streaming normal. Sorry.
No,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay.
I don't
All right.
mind.
So I do want to talk about what are some examples where they've done it well, diversity well.
Well, I think in Sandman they did it well. They changed God, Constantine to a woman, and I mean it just was the same character but a woman. Like they didn't like try to rewrite the character in some bizarre way. She just was Joan Constantine instead of John Constantine, and the character was still interesting, still had flaws, still was something to pay attention to, you know, but it wasn't this overt heavy hammer. But that's because they had Neil Gaiman at the head of it, and Neil wouldn't let them. Neil has a vision for his characters. He's not going to let you destroy them. He's going to say you're going to have to do certain things, you know. And I mean, I'm sure most of that series has been gender bent. Like I haven't read the comics in forever. I'm sure most of that series has been gender bent, but it's done in such a way that it doesn't impact the story. It just is a part of the story. That's how you do it well. You can make statements about things. You can show people doing certain things. Just do it well in the context of the story you're telling. Don't make it the sole identifier. Don't put in a token character. You know, we hate tokenism, but then they just lap it up when there's a token just thrown at them. They're like, oh look, that person looks like me. It's like,
Well,
no.
Is there any value in having? I wouldn't like. Token has negative connotations to it, but is there any value in there being fictional characters that could serve as role models for black kids, and that they
Yeah, of
might
course.
more easily relate to a black character, let's say?
Yeah, of course. Miles Morales. Miles Morales is a great character.
Don't spoil the movies. I haven't seen them yet. I hear they're amazing.
No, I'm not going to spoil the characters existed long before the movies. Miles Morales wasn't just like, because see, a lot of the times when they switch races in the comics, it's tokenism. You know, they make they make Falcon or whatever, the Falcon, the Captain America for a while, right? They do these things that don't really make sense, right? But Miles has his own storyline. He has his own characteristics. He has his own history and his own backstory. He's a great character. And he's black. And that's not his sole identifier. He just is a great character. You can make a great character if you have a passion for writing that character. And I mean, his story is not the same as Peter Parker's. It's not just a reskin of Peter Parker's story. It's a different story. It has similarities because pretty much every hero has a tragic backstory, but his tragedy is not Peter's tragedy. You know, his story is not Peter's story. He is his own character, and he was made from the ground up. And it shows you what you can do when you want to have a diverse character, but you respect source material. You respect what came before. You respect what happens with that character. You know, you don't just say, "Well, I'm like," you don't like. It's like female Thor. Female Thor was terrible. Why? Because they just want to have her saying hammy things like "don't mansplain to me" and shit like that. That was the purpose of doing the change. It wasn't because there was a story they want to tell the character. They just wanted the press from changing the character.
And to be clear, they did actually like use the words mansplaining in the Thor comic, did they not?
Yes. Like there were several of those kind of look at the camera moments. Yes. Yes.
You know, some people who hear talk about forced diversity feel like that's a dog whistle for like, oh, this person just can't handle that they're making media that's not for them, or this person might be like holding on to like old school values of filmmaking.
No, it's not a dog whistle. It's literally saying, do fucking better. They keep saying, do better, do better, do better. This is not doing better. This is doing worse. You know, this is doing characters and writers and stories dirty. You know, this is not like, you know, oh here, Look at this. Look, this is one of the panels from that comic where she says mansplaining. I'm trying to find the actual mansplaining
I think I've
panel.
seen it before, but I'll pull it up for the chat.
Yeah, I'm just throwing them in your IMs here.
Oh man, I don't like having like the session information and stuff like that on here. Can we?
Well, you can just open the picture in the browser window.
I know, but you're posting the direct links. If you could post the direct links instead of post the direct images, that'd be great.
Yes, I'm just posting like the. Hold on a sec. Do you have like a chat open for this?
It's for the book, so there's 3 chats. There's Twitch, Kick, and YouTube.
Oh,
but I mean, I don't. Nobody cares about the video anyway. I mean, I guess people do because they're watching it, but people care about the book.
Yeah.
I care about the book, so I'm about go to risk exposing my session information on Discord. Just so I can show people.
Let's see. Well, I mean, there's the Reddit. This is a real panel in
you vastly overestimate how much I care. I've already seen it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying for the chat, if you want to show the chat, because I have no idea.
All right, yeah.
It's not. This isn't for you. This is for the chat. If you want to show chat.
All right.
Oh, I think maybe this article has all the pictures in it. Far left stance. No, it just has. It has 2 of the panels. I'm still trying to find the.
We don't have to focus on
a
specific thing.
Anyways, if you want to show the chat, you can show the chat. That stuff, I don't know. But yeah, it ultimately it's when it becomes that ham-fisted, it's terrible. And the problem is that's what people are cheering on the left. They're like, oh, look at this. They're gonna own you. They're gonna do it. They're tearing down all the institutions you love. It's yes, but how does that help anyone? How does that help anyone? It's the same thing that happened in Gamergate. It's they were the left was just wanting to see gamers get taken down a peg for whatever reason. I don't know why. The same thing when they started there's ComicGate, and then there was all these different gates, which I hate the name Gate, but there was Watergate, so apparently this is what we call things now. But all of them basically were people coming into a space and trying to just ruin it for the people that actually love that space, just so they can shove their agenda in people's face and say, look at this, look at the trans rights, look at the feminist rights, look at the it's yeah, but maybe make your own media or make good media if you're going to convert things that we love. At least make me care about your character. Make me care that they have the issues. A good writer can do that. It doesn't matter if I don't understand their issues. A good writer can make you care about their characters. Just do that. Don't just take something and throw your values into it and force it to be the thing you want to see. Maybe try being creative. Maybe try being more subtle.
It seems like there's a lot of. Go ahead. Let me finish.
No, go ahead.
It seems like there's a lot of issues in entertainment and art, but I think that the quote unquote forced diversity stuff, I kind of think it can be cringeworthy, and it's is cringeworthy in some cases. You've seen with the female Thor, and I think the race swapping characters and gender swapping characters, unless there's a good reason for it, is generally pretty stupid. But make your own character sort of thing. But I feel that's one of the more minor issues that we have in Hollywood. I feel like there's so many other bigger problems.
There are so many
complete
problems.
Lack of creativity and a complete.
I always say for that, it's okay, we can complain about everything, but just because one thing bad doesn't mean no other thing bad. All thing bad. There's, and I mean the creativity thing was explained perfectly by Matt Damon. I don't know if you've ever seen that clip. That's floating around the internet, but he was on Hot Ones, and he explained basically why you don't see movies that are creative anymore. It's because the DVD industry is dead. Home movie is dead. And that used to be how they'd make money back on productions that were not expected to be successful in the theaters, right? So something they'd be able to pitch something that's more risky because they can always say, well, we can make it back in rentals. we can make it back in rental sales. And so that used to be a reliable way for them to get rental sales or DVD sales or VHS sales. That used to be a way for them to make money back on a project that may have bombed at the box office. And so that used to be a wedge they could use. Now it's literally like, oh, well, we don't want to risk anything. We don't want to risk having a bad movie, so we're just going to use established properties that we can easily market, and that just kills creativity in the United States film industry. Now, there is a lot of stuff going on in other markets, but people don't care about that. They only care about what's going on in North America because that's where they live. And it's like, I want to watch movie from Hollywood. Me want to watch me for Hollywood,
Anything else you want to talk about regarding diversity?
Regarding diversity, just do better. Do actually better. Like make stories that like you can make people care about a character. Miles Morales showcases that so well, right? Like there was backlash when they originally brought him out. I mean, I don't know if you were around in that day. You probably weren't reading comics and stuff like that.
I was never a big comics person.
Yeah, exactly. So when Miles Morales came out, there was backlash. There was fucking backlash. Because, oh no, that's a black Spider-Man. I don't want a black Spider-Man. I want Peter Parker. But then they made them love Miles Morales. Because he just was this really good character. Really well written. Really well produced. The art was always very good in his books. And they made people care that he existed. And now look at him. He's freaking everywhere. To me, that's a great success story. You had passion for a character. You made your character have a mark on the world, right? You can do that. Anyone can do that. If you have enough passion for your character and you can show people that they should be respected as a character, you can do that. Don't just make them a mouthpiece for your personal agenda.
What's interesting?
Because no one wants that.
What's interesting is like Miles Morales is a character. I've not seen the movies or read the comics really, but everyone like who I know is like conservative or like anti SJW or whatever, they all love him as a character, and it's like even the people who are like generally roll their eyes at like the forced diversity or whatever, right? They love him as a character, and
it's because he's a fucking good character.
I
don't want. I would tell you why, but I want you to watch the movies.
Well, I mean, I care
you.
more about the book than I care about spoilers for a film I might watch like 10 years from now if I ever get bored. So by all means, spoil that way.
Well, the big differences with Miles's controversy is like, first of all, his father's a cop. So, like, and he actually ends up opposing his own father because his father wants law and order, and he's out there being Spider-Man. And then his dead uncle is a criminal. So his family's already split in this horrible way of like his father is the law and order, and his uncle who eventually gets killed in the movie. I can't remember how it worked out in the comics, if he's still around or not. But like it puts him at odds in his own family, right? And so it gives him conflict in his family to start with. That yes is familiar because pretty much every hero story starts with some kind of tragedy and whatnot, but it makes him a more realistic character. It makes him more like he has his own storyline, and past that, he isn't just like a clone of Peter Parker, right? He has his own personality, his own issues, his own vibe. He likes to tag up the city when he goes around. He's a street artist, he's a graffiti artist. He has a bunch of character traits that are just interesting because they are him, right? He is an artist, and that's how he sees things. And so they've always put that in there. It's sort of like how they used to have She-Hulk being the reality-breaking character that she was before they decided to ruin her and throw her into the stupid TV show they did about her. It's like they have like, you can be creative with a character and you can have a diverse character be interesting, but you just have to make the character actually interesting. And the reason why left and right both love him is because he's just a good character. He's just solid. You can't complain about him. You know, it's sort of like the original Ghostbusters. You can't complain about those characters. They were well acted, well written. It's just they just worked. It worked in the time. They're timeless. Like you can watch that movie today and still enjoy it. It's still funny today. Some of the references are dated, but not very many, because it was made to be a good creative endeavor, right? It wasn't made to talk about the issues of today. It was made just to be entertaining, to be something you enjoyed. And that's the problem with today's media, is that you have people that want to take their art and make it say something. And it's like, you can say something timeless with your art, but it's a fine line you're walking between making something that's timeless and making something that's going to age like spoiled milk. You know, you have to walk that line. It's better to just focus first on making your art. And then if it says something, it says something.
Do you consider yourself a gamer?
Yes, I do. Since I was 5, yeah. My first gaming system was an Atari 2600.
What is the term?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What does the term gamer mean to you?
Person who loves to play games. Now, it's not like some kind of weird identity. We're not an oppressed culture. None of that bullshit. It just means you like playing games. It's like saying that you're a fan of comics. You're a comic book enthusiast. Like, we just happen to have a kind of catchy term for it.
Is that a gendered term for you?
No, my wife's a gamer.
On August 28th, 2014, 10 competing publications all published articles on the same day calling for an end to the gamer identity. These 10 articles were followed by 9 additional articles on other mostly gaming sites over the next few days, also calling for an end to the gamer identity. How do these articles make you feel?
Like the gaming press lost the plot a long time ago. And I mean, the reason they all said this is all because one of their buddies got upset because they upset one of their friends. And that just shows the collusion in the gaming media, where they'd rather press a message forward and hate on their audience rather than just being fucking normal. And realizing, yeah, shit got weird. You know, private details got leaked. Things probably were said that should have been said in public, but it was said by someone who was a victim of domestic abuse. Just because he's a guy, and just because he's a guy that was friends with your developer friend, doesn't make that anything less that you should just denounce. And you shouldn't be saying that all gamers should go jump off a cliff just because you don't like the fact that we don't like being told not to listen to a victim that you don't like.
I mean, pretty much under almost no circumstances, barring like very weird exceptions. To be clear, I've never read the blog post you're referring to, but pretty much under like no circumstances do I think like, you know what, I'm going to leak private details about my relationship that ended badly just because I'm like super upset that I got cheated on, and like that I feel like it was a shitty relationship and I was emotionally abused.
If I remember all that happened correctly, he felt very cornered and ostracized because he was in, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, again, it's been a while, but I believe he's part of the gaming press. And she was basically dragging his name to the mud to all the other gaming press people, basically pushing him out.
I don't know if he was part of the gaming press. I don't think
I can't remember if he was gaming press or a developer.
Fake news. No, he wasn't either. He was a programmer, maybe. I don't know. I don't care about him or.
I'm just saying, like I believe he just felt cornered because of how she was using the social circle that was around both of them to shove him further and further out. I can't remember if he was gaming press or a programmer. It's been way too long, and I'm not going to
some random
Don't
dude,
quote me.
Basically.
Even if he's just some random dude, he felt pushed out and felt like no one was listening to his side of the story, so he just blah. Now, do I agree with doing that? No, I don't. I personally wouldn't do it either, you know. And I'm not going to go into the ethics of that necessarily because it's their private relationship, and honestly, I can't hold him to my standard of what I would do because I don't know. I'm not living his life, so
Well,
I
you
can't
brought it up,
say.
so why would you bring up this random thing?
Why would I bring up this random thing? Because that was the inciting incident for Gamergate. That was the inciting incident. PSA Stitch has a great video on it. It was basically one small table where this relationship drama happened. This guy posted it. It got some small degree of traction. And so then she went to all of her Gamer Press friends with this and said, "Oh my God, I'm being bullied and harassed." And they decided we're going to stand up and fight. And instead of going to the people that were having the issue, they just lashed out at everyone in the room. They lashed out at everyone in gaming, saying, "This is not right. This is horrible." And it's like, okay, I get it. It was a relationship drama. I get that you were friended for on behalf of your friend, and I get that you weren't liking the reaction they were getting, but maybe like say that this one community might have an issue. Maybe they're supporting a bad guy that we don't know about. Maybe let her side of the story be told, not just end gamers because gamers are terrible because they treat women like this, like bullshit, when it was like the guy in the relationship that was apparently treated like bullshit. I
So you
mean,
consider Gamergate to have started with not with the Gamers Are Dead articles or the backlash against
that
that sort
was
of
what
thing, but
incited.
with
That's what incited those articles. Those articles were a direct reaction.
so you consider this blog post and people on the internet talking about that to be the start of Gamergate?
It is, yes. Like if you want to go back to the timeline, that's where it started from. That was the inciting incident. That incited all of those posts about gamers being dead, because this guy got traction in a gaming community, commiserating with how this person was treated, and commiserating how like this developer is being treated and being talked about in this community. And so they lashed out at everyone, and everyone's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Why are we dead? What the fuck are you talking about?" And it just started a brawl between everyone there.
But to be
That's
clear, though, there were some individuals, and these are anonymous individuals, and who did harass Zoe Quinn
yeah,
because of this
yeah,
drama.
that's always going to happen when drama goes on the internet. That's always going to happen. So the correct reaction to that is to block those people and report them to the police for if they do something that's illegal, like doxing you or swatting you. You know, there is a proper way to respond to this, and it happens to everyone, man or woman, on the internet when there's drama. Like that's the first thing people do is you'll have death threats and all this fucked up shit. It shouldn't happen, but that's unfortunately what happens.
Well, when anti-Gamergate people say that this event happened, and there was also some ethical concerns that were perhaps genuine, we saw with a number of different publications, and both
Well,
with that and with
that's what
over the
pulled
next
back the
3
curtain.
weeks.
That's what
But
pulled back the curtain.
oh, you're not letting me finish. At the same time that there was people talking about ethics, there was also people engaging in harassment, and that harassment story is a more important story than like a game journalist who promoted a game over 49 other games, but it was like a relatively minor promotion. I mean, like minor-ish. And you know, Patricia Hernandez, or another games journalist will say, I'm not going to use names too much. Another games journalist promoting her roommate's artwork or her roommate's game, and another games journalist promoting, you know, uh, her friend's game, and like all these games journalists are making these mistakes, but who gives a shit? It's games journalism. Whereas like this person's life is being targeted by bad people on the internet, on Twitter and on 4chan and stuff.
I would say that that's going to happen no matter what you do. If you put yourself out on the internet for at any level, there's weird shit that happens to you, and that's an unfortunate thing. But saying that something needs to be done about that and something needs to be done about games journalism are two entirely different things. The harassment happens regardless of whether it's like gamers or lifestyle influencers or makeup influencers or streamers online, that harassment happens regardless. That harassment is not going to stop. It's not going to stop. Like, there are still people that have stalkers to this day going after them. My wife streamed for a very short period of time, and she already got one weird guy that was looking for her constantly online and trying to IM her through her Discord and shit. Okay, it just fucking happens, right? And so I'd love to say we can fix that. I'd love to say we can go after those people. The laws don't really exist well enough for that to happen. And because it's, they have to do some kind of act first that actually breaks the law before they can actually be charged with anything, it causes a lot of problems for people. And do I feel terrible that people get harassed? Yes. Do I think something should be done about it? Yes. Do I think laws need to be written about it? Yes. Do I think these people should be more liable for charges? Yes. Do I think any of that's going to happen? No. Why? Because fucking Congress doesn't understand what TikTok is. How the fuck can you make them understand anything else? If they don't understand basics of internet, how are you going to get them to write a proper fucking law that's going to stop the harassment? No corporation cares about harassment. They'll pay lip service to it. They'll throw money at victims funds for it. But they'd rather lobby for their own games to be tax exempt and shit than to actually use any of that lobbying influence to actually help people. That should be something that the games press talks about. But do they? No. That's why ethics and games journalism matters, because they don't ask important questions like this. Like, do you understand the amount of lobbying that the ESRB does on gaming's behalf?
Why did the 4chan people create a chat room called Burgers and Fries? Isn't that kind of sexist?
Again, there are shitty people on the internet. What do you want me to do about them? You want me to go to each one of their houses and tell their moms?
But
is that what you want me to do?
Burgers and Fries was used by some GamerGate supporters, albeit a small number. But some people who supported GamerGate were there.
There's a dude who quote unquote supported GamerGate that told me through Twitter that he's just there to cause shit for no good reason. That's what happens online. You have trolls. Shocker. They've been around for a while. I realize people are shocked by this fact that 4chan has trolls on it, but 4chan has trolls on it. And some of them are sexist. Some of them are racist. Some of them are all of it. Some of them are fucking neo-Nazis. Some of them are fucking probably serial killers we just don't fucking know about. Some of them are fucking pedophiles. We don't know. They're anonymous. That's the whole point.
Should the people who cared about games journalism have done more to try and distance themselves from the burgers and fries type of language?
The no true Scotsman of the whole thing. The problem is that there wasn't a membership card for GamerGate. Like, we didn't have a bouncer at the door, right? Saying you can come in, but you can't. You can come in, but you can't. It was like a hashtag movement. So saying that's what would happen is that you'd end up having to say, well, I don't about these people. Is the reason why leftist memes fail, because they have to accommodate for any kind of criticism of said meme inside of the meme. Because how dare you say something that could be misinterpreted? You don't want to misinterpret anything, so make sure you distance yourself from these people. Make sure that it suits this narrative. Make sure that it covers these things that could be counter arguments to it in amongst your own group, and then post meme. It's like 14 pages long. That's why people joke about leftist memes, because that's how they do them. It's fucking stupid. It's because they have to be so diverse about every single thing they say, and that's why the right's memes are always funnier, because it's just a short thing that you can interpret however you fucking interpret. You know, I'm sorry, they just suck at communications because they have to sit there and do 20 caveats before they can say one thing to you.
So why do you think these gaming sites all wrote these articles on the same day?
Because they're on Games Journal Pro. Come on, man. You know this. You were there.
Well, to be clear, Games Journal Pro mailing list did show collusion. And it did show attempts to blacklist developers and games journalists.
Yeah.
but it did not show direct collusion about these specific 10 articles.
It didn't have to. Come on now, they're all friends.
I'm sure there were other mailing lists and other online groups and social
Or
circles.
just a phone call or a
Oh yeah,
text
sure.
message.
No, I think that there's like a high degree of probability that there was collusion
It's
here.
there's
Probably
a
like
certainty.
99, like probably like 95%.
There's a certainty. There's a certainty that there was collusion because no way do they all have this hive mind where, oh, we all are going to think the same thing at the same time. This isn't a games release where everyone knows there's going to be an arc about the game's release, right? No, they all wrote these like either in a group chat or they all talked about writing it or they all mentioned it to one another. It's too fucking blatant. It's too fucking blatant to not be collusion, right? There's no other explanation. There's none. You can't tell me that independent writers from independent organizations just one day woke up and said, I'm going to write a Gamer is Dead article. No. Bullshit. Bullshit.
If the games press had tried to reform, or even just ignored ethical questions instead of publishing the Gamers Today articles, do you think that GamerGate still would have happened, or still
No.
would have been a big thing?
No. The Gamers are Dead articles are what kicked the hornet's nest. Because no one likes to be attacked, right? No one likes to be attacked. Doesn't matter what it's for. No one likes that. And the fact that people were like causing this kind of thing, it's like back in the day when they said games cause violence, right? When that started happening, what did everyone do? Everyone who was a gamer rallied together and said, no, they don't, you fucking idiots. Because no one likes to be attacked for what they enjoy, right? And I mean, that's the thing. I am the type of person that if you enjoy something and you love it, good. In this world, there's too few of those things, right? Fucking enjoy what you love. Enjoy it. Revel in it. Love it. Promote it. Do what you want for it. But when you decide you want to hate on something, think twice about doing that because you don't know what you're fucking doing. You don't know what you're fucking doing. And if you think twice about it, you really want to say something, go for it. But understand there's going to be backlash to that, right? Like when I say I hate Star Wars, I know I'm going to get hatred back from people that love the sequel trilogy for whatever fucking reason. I don't know what brain damage they have, but for whatever fucking reason, they like it. And I know people who like the prequels. And I say I fucking hate the prequels. I think they were terrible. The fact is, I've considered that opinion long enough to feel comfortable in saying it, right? I feel comfortable. If someone's going to come and give me backlash about that, I feel comfortable saying it. But I'm not going to say anyone who loves the prequel should go die in a fire. No, if you love the prequels, fine, fucking love them. I think they're fucking terrible, you know? And yes, I offhand say, if you like the sequels trilogy, you probably had brain damage. Yeah, that's what I think. It's my opinion. I might just be a rude idiot. That's fine. But you probably don't have brain damage. You probably love them for some other reason. It's probably your first Star Wars experience and you loved it. Great. Wonderful. Have that experience. Don't mind fucking me. I'm just a random shitload on the internet.
Would you have been open to hearing out the games press if instead of publishing those articles, they instead wrote one thoughtful and nuanced article talking about what they perceive as being negative aspects of gaming culture, while also recognizing the positive?
I'd probably agree with him for the negative stuff. I'd probably agree with the negative stuff. I've been around long enough to have been in COD lobbies, okay? I've been to the COD lobbies.
Yeah, it wasn't always the best, highest level of discourse in the world, I guess.
No, there was lots of N-words being said.
Yeah.
And I don't think they were all black.
What
Unless I play with primarily black people, which would be really shocking to me.
Why would it be shocking to you? Do you not associate with black people? No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. Oh my god. Okay, I had to do that. I'm sorry. We can take that out of the book. That was just a funny moment. I'm sorry. All right.
Well.
All right.
You don't know that meme. I won't. that meme will get canceled faster than what you just said. So
obviously you think that like the world is not great, right now in its current state of affairs. But,
no, I think it's not.
So, but these are companies that care about money more than anything else. Why wouldn't they just say, "Hey, look, a bunch of our readers are upset. We kind of pissed off the gamer audience with these gamers are dead articles. And we also have a lot of kind of corruption issues that, people have been known about for a long time but are now getting really exposed out in the open. Let's just fucking implement some basic reforms and they'll fuck off and go home. Why not just do that?
Because they aren't games journalists, right? Most of these people come from some other aspect of life and they've failed their way to this point. There might be a few gaming enthusiasts that were out there, but for the most part, if you read their articles about games reviews, they rarely can avoid saying some kind of hipster bullshit that is just in there for their friends who are also struggling writers who had to take this job as a games journalist. It's like, I can't get a job with the Times. I can't get a job with some other press. I guess I'll just write about games. These idiots. The way, like, you could tell how they write the reviews. They were not enthusiast press, right? And that's what they used to be. They used to be people that wrote about games because they loved games and gaming. And while there are still some that do that, more of them are just people that fell into it because they were the guy that just happened to, like, it's sort of like the where I work now. The IT guy that you work with in a client's place might just be the guy that just happens to know a little more IT than anyone else. These are just the guys that happen to know some more games or happen to be the guy that got assigned the game stuff. But the reality is they really want to write about something else, something more socially relevant. And so that's what they did. And that's why they wrote the Gamers Are Dead articles, because they don't care about gamers. They never have and never will. They care about the clout they get for being a writer and working with these publishers. That's what they care about.
What reforms would you have liked to see happen?
Fire them all. Fire them all and hire people that are actually into gaming. Like, there are so many YouTubers that would have made better personalities in those roles than any of these freaking games media journalists, right? And I mean, that goes for regular journalists too. Like, fire fucking journalists that have a bias and at least try to find ones that are doing research. I realize, like, press has never really been that great if you start really looking at the past. But there's been moments we've had bright sparks, like the Vietnam War had to, it's a bright spark of journalism. I'm sure we can have more bright sparks in regular journalism as well as, like, in games journalism, when we actually had the stuff about corruption inside of companies and mistreatment of staff. I mean, I'm sure it can be done.
If you were the editor, well, actually, no. Let's explore that a little bit more. What was it? Fuck, dude. I should have taken notes. I meant to start doing that. Well, we can just.
You don't even care about this interview. You don't even care. I'm going home. Wait, I'm
no,
home.
I was. Never mind. We'll just move on to the next question. It's fine. There was something you said I wanted to touch upon, but I forgot what it was. If you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees were... Well, okay, yeah, actually, no, I remember what it was. You say you want to fire them all. So if you take this approach, and maybe some people did back then too, other than just you, of just like, LOL, fire them all, clean house, get some new people in there. Like, you're approaching an institution with this demand that, like, some people perceive as being unreasonable, and is going to ruffle a lot of feathers and cost people their jobs and their livelihoods. And presumably, you don't even just talk about, like, firing people who have specific allegations against them, but, like, just clean house and fire 90% of the staff, and then bring in new people. Like, if I'm the owner of a company, or even the editor-in-chief or whatever, and people come to me with this demand, I'm gonna be like, fuck, this is insane, dude. I'm gonna lose like 90% of my workforce, and, like, maybe have to actually recruit people and hire people for a job that, like, most people don't want to do because the pay is shit, the benefits are shit. Like, I'm, like, barely scraping by as it is, and now you're telling me to fire 90% of my staff. Like, I'm just gonna say fuck you, gamer assholes, because I'm not doing that. Right? Isn't that approaching it like such a hostile way that they're gonna be so closed off to reform?
Who the fuck went out of business during the whole GamerGate thing?
Well, to be clear, GamerGate cost Gawker a lot of money, but
it was
wasn't
Hogan.
ultimately what ended it.
It was Hogan that ended it. But I'm sorry. Like, if your quote unquote news agency leaves you on the hook for a lawsuit, you are not doing your job as a manager or an editor to keep that staff. It's like, I'm sorry, we were just telling you should probably run your business better. You fucking learned. You fucked around. You found out, right? You kept these losers on
And
your
what did
fucking
that?
payroll.
What good did that do? Because games journalism still sucks. It's just a few. There's
Yeah,
a bunch of companies went under. Cool, good. Those companies died, but now they're replaced with new companies, and the new companies aren't good either. You didn't reform anything. You didn't.
No, we didn't, because we don't need to, because YouTubers replaced them years ago. We wanted to see some change. We told you, look right over there. Look at YouTube. Look at the people that are actually doing reviews and critiques and gameplay and all this stuff. You have a wealth of people who would welcome the opportunity to get validated and be put on blast, right? There's so many people that were itching for the opportunity, ready, willing, and able. You look what they did to Gerard from The Completionist. Look what they did to my boy, right? He just wanted to be a part of the mainstream press, and he tried with the G4 TV relaunch. Look what they did to my boy. They try, like, he is. If you want to talk about someone who is like a fucking paragon for the medium, that man bought out the entire eShop to preserve the games in it, and is maintaining shit like that. Like, there are people like that out there that the industry could have been using all this time, and instead they just cannot get past themselves, and they cannot unfuck themselves to just understand that you need to stop holding on to your fucking ideals about whatever you're trying to promote, because you're in the wrong fucking industry to do that, and instead leave.
Don't you think
Let someone else come into it.
Don't you think it would be better if you were like, hey, look, I want you to create ethics policies. I want you to use progressive discipline on writers. If they fuck up, it's a minor fuck up. Okay, well, that doesn't have to be a termination right away, but that can be a write-up, that can be a conversation, whatever it is. And if it's a really serious fuck up, then they get fired, right? Wouldn't, like, approaching it in this way rather than LOL, just fire everybody? Don't you think that would be a more productive approach? I don't think I'm straw manning you even. I think that's your view.
One of the major people in games media is Adam Sessler. You know who Adam Sessler is.
Oh yeah, I grew up with Adam Sessler. I loved his stuff as a kid.
Right. He is one of the major respected figures in their little cadre. What the fuck did he say about doxing?
That it's okay. He's okay. Well, in some circumstances, at least. I don't know what his exact phrasing was, but
like, this is the people that you're asking to change and reform. They're not gonna.
But he's one person.
Right?
There's like hundreds of games journalists.
Yeah, but a lot of them align themselves with him when they're in the editor-in-chief position, right? Like, I'm sorry to say, a lot of them align themselves with him more than, like, I'm not talking all the journalists. I'm talking the editors. They all respect and basically agree with Sessler in the back rooms, and that came out a little bit during GamerGate. How they all were like, "Well, yeah, I mean, gamers are pretty crap, and we just kind of deal with them." It's like it came out that these editors supported this shit, and the biggest mark that they supported it, the fact that the gamers are dead articles out in the first place. That's why I said, fire them all. Goodbye. We do no longer need you as press. If you cannot see how wrong you are to go after your audience and just relentlessly bash them over the head time and time again for enjoying the medium you're supposed to be covering, you do not belong in that space. There might be another space you could belong in. Find it and leave. Very simple. Go away. Get lost. We do not need you in this space. Any other genre, if people were like this in any other genre of any other media, whether it be books, comics, anything else, they're going to get the same treatment. Get the fuck out of our area. We do not need you to be constantly bashing us over the head with negative nonsense. No other place. If MSNBC came online and said, "You are all a bunch of fucking entitled idiots who watch this show. You're all a bunch of fucking idiots. I hate you all. You all should just go fucking end yourselves." Do you think people would not be outraged?
Well, I think people were rightly outraged. I think that it was. I remember the articles that came. I wasn't a part of GamerGate in 2014 at all, but I got involved in like during the spring of 2015 with the censorship controversies. But I remember when the Gamers Dead articles came out. I saw them on a forum, I believe, and I was really upset by them. I was like,
Yeah.
well, what the fuck? Why are these articles coming out? Why would they say these horrible things? And it
Exactly.
bothered me for a long time. It bothered me for like months. And because I had no context for why the articles even came out even. I was just like, what the fuck? Like, I was just like, why did all these articles come out? Or I don't even know if I saw all of them. I might have just saw like one. But like it was like this really stupid thing. I'm like, why are they saying that gamers are over? And trying to end the gamer identity. Like, I have a lot of positive experience with the gamer identity. The gamer identity is how I've partially bonded with my friends, with my family members. It was a part of my childhood. It's a part of my adolescence. It's a part of who I am now as an adult. You know, that this is something I care about. It's something that I'm able to enjoy with other people, and I think that that's a positive thing. And there's obviously some bad things too, but to only focus on the bad and to say that the whole identity has to go away because like some people on the internet are assholes, I think that's so fucking stupid. And like it bothered me for a long time. And then, but you know, whatever. Like occasionally I would think about these articles for months. And I'd be like, I'd think about it. Like, I'd be like, you know what, that was. I'm like, I can't believe they wrote that article. How fucking stupid was that? I'd just think about it, and then, like a year later, or like 6 months later, I got involved with GamerGate due to censorship stuff with gaming, and I saw. I'm like, oh, that's why those articles came out. They all came out at the same time. It wasn't even just the one article I read. It was, 19 articles. Holy shit. And like they wrote them because they wanted to end the gamer identity. And maybe like they thought they had good intentions in some way. I don't know how they could. Other than like they had like an ideological vision that they wanted to put forward, and gamers didn't have a role in that vision in their future.
Yeah,
Felt
and I
like.
mean that's the point, is that these people never want to be in the games press. They never wanted to be in the games press. They had an entirely different concept of what they wanted to do in media, and the games press was just the lowest bar to become a writer. It was just the absolute lowest bar. They got in there because people don't want to cover, because games are kiddie things. You don't want to cover the kiddie things, so give it to whoever. Give it to the new guy that just came in, and the new guy were people that were, these leftist people that had this concept of what they want to say, and you can see it in different reviews from different people where they're talking about their personal lives and they're talking about other nothing to do with the game whatsoever, just like nonsense that they just filled this article with, just so that they can have an outlet for their nonsense. You know?
Some people might say that you did that in this book interview.
Yeah, well, I mean, in this book interview, I'm like the start of it. You didn't have questions for me. If you want to ask me questions for the book interview, go ahead.
Oh, I like
You are
I
right
like
now.
a semi-formal, semi-informal. I like a semi-informal
Exactly.
thing. So I'm
like
cool.
I was out there just you wanted me to spout about stuff, I'll spout about stuff. But I mean, if you want to talk about GamerGate about the article, we can talk about GamerGate about the article too. Both of them. I can do both.
Well, you say.
But at the same time, that's not my career. That's not what I do. I'm not sit here. I'm not
I
out
was
here
was
writing
just ribbing
article
you a
after
bit. You're
article.
good,
No,
man.
no, I'm telling you. You want an honest explanation? I'm not out here in like my everyday work every single day talking about fuck. I'm not here talking every day about Gamergate. I'm not sitting at my office talking about Gamergate, then going home talking to my wife about Gamergate, then going out to the bar and talking about Gamergate, and going out to see my friends talk about Gamergate. Them, it's their leftist policy. They're talking to their friends about it. They're talking to their coworkers about it. They're talking to us through the medium of their reviews about it. It's a constant irritating buzz that just goes through everything and it cuts through everything. That's why that one dude freaked out. It's a culmination. Although that was fucking hilarious. I don't know if you saw the whole fucking pronouns video yet, but oh my god, that was hilarious. And it's just such an overreaction. But I get where he's coming from in the fact that it's this constant thing that you cannot seem to get away from anymore, even in your recreational hobbies, because these people just keep forcing it in every single thing, in television, in the press, in your games, in your books, in everything.
I hosted a panel where we talked about the pronoun situation.
Uh.
I I don't think it's a big deal at all. I think actually having more options in games is good.
It was so fucking stupid and funny. I love it so much. I'm like, why, dude? What? Every single game that lets you do a character creation has you picking gender. This time it's just the pronoun of the gender. Who the just you're so dumb. You're so dumb. And you're the reason why people look at gamers and go, they're all fucking insane. Because people like you get on here going, fucking pronouns. Fucking pronouns.
Well, to be clear though, it looked like it might have been partly an act by him to try and get more attention for his channel. I don't know.
No, it's not. It's not an act. Well,
he might have been legit mad, but I think he blew it up on purpose a bit more.
I've followed heel versus babyface for a bit. No, there's a reason I don't watch his shit anymore. He tends to flip out about this shit, and he's genuine about it. Like that, like his freak out. That wasn't like a for show thing. That's legit. He just has a problem. He has anger issues. The dude just that was not an act. He legit believes that shit. That's why he was so proud of that moment when it was reposted, and he reposted it himself, because it's like he thought he was like scoring points because he's like, this is my genuine rant about this stuff. I'm sick and tired of it. We're at war, you know. Consider him like the Alex Jones of gaming. We're at war. They've turned the freaking frogs gay, you know. He's that level of like unhinged at times. So no, I fully believe like that's why he didn't walk it back, and that's why he's continuing it, because he genuinely that's genuinely what he believes. And I'm just like, bro, it ain't that serious, bro. It really is not.
Well, do you have any thoughts on?
You have any thoughts on what?
Nexus mods removing mods that remove the pronouns?
I don't give a shit. That's their business. If they want to remove it, let them remove it. You know, it's up to, if you don't like using Nexus mods after that, don't. I didn't think the pronoun thing was that big to begin with. And if you want to find another place other than Nexus mods, if you don't like people censoring Nexus mods, then go somewhere else. Vote with your download. You know, vote with where you spend your time. Go somewhere else. If there's no other place, make another place. You know, I mean, it's not impossible to do when it comes to that, because I know Steam has like a marketplace you can put stuff up there, and I don't think they give a shit what you put there, so long as it's not anti-Semitic or, you know, racist or something like that. And there might be that shit on there too. I don't know. I've never really looked deep into some of the games that might have it, but you know, Nexus Mods is just a convenient hosting spot for it. That's outside of the Steam environment. You know, it's just an easier way of downloading mods. So just don't go there. Go somewhere else, get your mods. I don't know. I thought the whole thing was fucking stupid, but hey, people got mad at pride flags, so they got rid of those too. Like, okay, sure, That's your deal. You can get rid of it if you want. It's your game. You know, media fires out there, and I get mad if they started moving any way for them to do it. You know, I'd be like, hey, come on, let them fucking do it if they want to do it.
The pride flag thing, you're talking about mods that remove the pride flag, not the
Yeah.
developers themselves.
Yeah, the mod there was a mod that removed pride flags from a game. I forget which one, but it was being mentioned at the same time as the whole pronoun thing.
Well,
And I'm
people
like,
brought up that earlier. Well,
Yeah.
that's a whole. It's not completely irrelevant and unimportant. But you talked about how games journalism has been supplanted by new media, YouTube, Twitch streamers, or I should say Twitch. But
no,
sorry,
there's some Twitch
streamers.
streamers that do it. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Twitch, Kick, Rumble, whatever. But I'm not, obviously endorsing any specific website. But different platforms, different the video format and the streaming format have supplanted games journalism. But do you
Yeah.
think there's still a role for written games journalism?
I mean, there's a place for everything, right? Because I mean, there's Reddit communities where you can go and learn about games. There's Discord communities you can go and learn about games. You know, the written form isn't dead. It's dying. It's dying. But it's not dead. And I just think it's changing shape because we're at the point where people would rather listen to a 1 hour long YouTube dissection of a game than spend 20 minutes reading an article. You know, they'd rather have that on in the background while they're doing something else and just listening to that and picking up the information as it comes, you know? And I do the same thing. Like, I probably have far too many hours on YouTube listening to stuff while I'm at work or while I'm at home, just doing my thing, learning about, like, today I watched 2 videos that were over 2 hours each about making guitars while I was working and while I was getting food ready and stuff. You know, that's just the way people consume things now. So if you have to sit down and read something, it takes your full focus to go and read it. I just don't think that it's just where we've moved to as a culture. You know, we just don't have the desire to sit and read an article anymore.
I would love there to be like a print games journalism where there's like a really good magazine that you can actually trust and like they have like super in-depth articles and reviews of games. I think that'd be really cool, but I don't trust like any of the ones that are out there right now to actually do like a great job with it. And that's unfortunate because I think that I'd love to have like once a week, once a month, once every 2 weeks, whatever, delivered. Bam, here's this thick ass magazine. I'll even pay like a hefty subscription, to have it ad free. And like, here's all these in-depth articles, and you can even have like political articles and shit in there too. Like, if you want to like analyze games from if it's a magazine that's like analyzing games from a certain perspective, I think that could be like interesting to explore and to read about if it's done well, which most of the time it's not. Um, but yeah, I'd love to have something like that exists in the world.
Well, outside of the political stuff, if you have a DeLorean and want to go back in time, the '80s.
Well, I don't
it.
need the political stuff or even care about the political stuff. I think the political stuff could be interesting if it's done really well, which it never is, pretty much. But I do think that like having just something where it's like, hey, look, I don't need to go on my phone and check like 10 different websites or to find out what games are coming out over the course of the next year, right? I want like, bam, I've got right here a trustworthy source for games that are coming out, for information about games, and about like really good critiques of games too.
Yeah, well, like I said, the '80s had that. We had that. We had lots of great magazines that you were spoiled for choice. You know, I was like reading. I think his name was Coffee. His Scorched Earth articles because he had editorials about gaming and whatnot in the backs of the magazines. I used to read all that kind of shit back in the day. It was great. You're just not going to get it anymore. And like I said, I think we as a people have just kind of like moved on mass from written materials. I I don't think it's a good or bad thing. I think it's actually kind of bad because I mean video sites won't last forever, and you know at least when we had the written word, it existed past when we were around. So I mean, for future generations, it's going to be kind of shit. And I mean, I would love to see a magazine come back up. I just don't see it happening. I just think everyone's kind of moved past a lot of articles. Like, I can't remember the last time I sat down and read an article fully end to end, unless I was doing research for something specific, right? Like I just flip on a video and catch the news or catch what's going on or learn about something, because it's just easier to have that going, and then I can just do something else with my time too.
So, did you see? Okay, I'll just read the full thing. So, in August 2015, Michael Koretsky, a regional director for the Society of Professional Journalists, hosted the SPJ Airplay Conference. The idea of the conference was to have journalistic ethics experts meet with Gamergate supporters to discuss their concerns about games journalism and the way the media covered Gamergate. The second half of the conference was interrupted by bomb threats, forcing the convention center to be evacuated. Do you have any thoughts on this event?
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious. Because I'm like, okay, who called in the bomb threat? Was it a Gamergate supporter that just was fucking around? Was it anti-Gamergate fucking around? Was it just a random troll fucking around? we just don't know, because it was a big shit show at that point. It was sad because like they tried, but that's, like I said, that's the key issue, is that he did not have the money and or power to make those changes himself. He tried going, hat in hand to people, getting support and doing something different. And have you seen any changes because of what he did? No, because he could not do it himself. He could not find a support to do it himself, because again, it takes money and power to do these things, and we just on mass don't really have it. You know, we don't really have that much compared to the billion-dollar gaming industry that's funding the media.
Why do you think Airplay wasn't covered?
Would you cover a story where you're the villain?
Well,
I don't think
if you're
you
a
would.
games, as long as you're not a games journalist. I mean, first of all, I think that yeah, I think I would, because like if I am operating in an industry, I don't want to operate with like the highest degree of like ethical standards that I could, and like that means that I should cover events like this. If I was a
Yeah,
games journalist,
you
or no,
said the magic word, ethics. Ethics in game journalism, which we were protesting the lack of. Imagine that. And of course, the mainstream press isn't going to cover it until there was bomb threats, because it's fucking gamers. Who the fuck gives a shit about gamers, even though it's one of the biggest medium around? Who the fuck gives a shit about gamers anyways? That's the thing. It's the reason why Gamergate happened the way it did is that gaming has always been looked down on and will always be looked down on as an immature hobby. You have to be so immature to enjoy it. You have to be just like a big kid, a big baby with your big baby toys. You buy a special little box and they have a special little controller, and you go and you play your little baby games. Real men drink whiskey and cut logs or whatever the fuck that they want to say. It's like, but who is paying for the billions of dollars of industry then? Is that money just coming out of the fucking ground? It isn't. It really isn't. It's because the old school press, the old school mainstream press, is run by a bunch of old fucks who have never given a shit about things like TikTok or YouTube or anything else. And there's still a bias there to this day, just like in government, how it's all run by old fucks who don't want to retire, who want to stay there for fucking ever, forcing their goddamn viewpoint down our goddamn throats till they're in the fucking ground. That's it. That's the big secret why nothing gets covered and nothing gets changed, because the people in charge of both the press and the government are just too fucking old to give a shit.
So, did you support email campaigns to try and punish these supposedly corrupt websites?
Yes. Yes, because they left us with no other tools. They don't want to listen to us. They want to block us from their posting. Fine. cut them off at the kneecaps, take their money away. It's all we can do. I'm not a big fan of canceling people's support. I feel it's a last resort, and always should be saved as a last resort. It shouldn't be the first thing you do with someone who's done something that's cancelable or what have you. You should look to find some other way to mediate the problem, and if you can't, fuck them. Cut off their money.
Do you think that by going at, well, I already know what you're gonna say on this one. I'm pretty sure because you made your perception on this very clear. Uh, uh, but do you think that by going after the money of these companies, that you basically made it an us versus them thing?
I mean, yeah, that's they made an us versus them thing. Before that, they want to come out and say we should all fuck off. Like, well, no, you fuck off first. And if we have to take your money to do it, yes, that's what we'll do. We'll take your money. We will find a way to cost you as much money as humanly possible. Because why the hell should you get paid to shit on us? I don't like that.
Were you involved in the creative freedom side of GamerGate?
Not as much. Like by the time that you started seeing those kind of things starting to sprout up, like I was running out of steam to be in GamerGate because it was tiring to be in GamerGate constantly and hearing Sargon waffle on and all this other people. I was getting to the point like, okay, we're treading water here at this point. You know, as much as I would love to see something change, I don't think any movement's going to change anything. Because again, I just saw the writing on the wall. We did not have like a big enough monetary base because as loud as we were in all of gaming, we were just one small little room in all of gaming, right? All of Gamergate was just one small little room, and like the real money of Gamergate was outside in the normie crowd, and they didn't really give a shit. They just kind of rolled their eyes when the press made their declaration games were over and said, "Yeah, whatever. I heard that years ago. Fuck off," and they just moved on with their lives. You know, that small little room was where we all sat, and when I actually got a good concept of that, I'm like, well, we're fucked. We're really fucked. I just kind of threw in the towel at that point.
You for you was GamerGate only about ethics, or was it about creative freedom too?
Well, I've always felt creative freedom
Or
should
rather,
be
sorry, let
something
me.
that.
Sorry, I should probably rephrase it. I'm sorry. Because I don't want to like rehash the same exact answer and the
Yeah.
same exact question. But do you think that creative freedom stuff should have been brought into the GamerGate movement, or do you think that it should have been kept just about ethics?
Honestly, like I think the more things you bring into any kind of movement, the worse it's going to be. Like I said, I brought up the Wall Street protests, right? Occupy Wall Street had a singular message, right? But then as they started bringing in more concerns, it just fell apart because everyone was doing their own thing at that point. So it's kind of hard to say because at the same time, like it's an issue that I want to see brought up, and it was somewhat related to the fact that Gamergate supporters were being censored at that point in time too, and were being shoved out and being silenced and not being allowed to be in communities and whatnot. So I don't think there's any other way it could have happened, honestly, because it became so intertwined with being a part of Gamergate to see that, you know, we're getting muted and banned and all this kind of stuff and shadow ban and shit. And it's like, okay, I mean, we kind of have to talk about it. We kind of have to talk about it because we can't get our message out because we're being silenced.
Some critics argue that GamerGate was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think that is accurate?
I'm left wing, so no. It wasn't. Like there was people from all across the political spectrum. I think the loudest, like the ones that ran some of it, were probably more right wing. Just because they just didn't give a shit about anything, and so they probably were a little more right wing. Just and it's been kind of played out in their actions since Gamergate. I think some of them were definitely more right wing because I like the Ralph retort and
Well,
Sargon and there's so many, but I think the loudest ones wound up being that right wing edge of things, and I many people have said, "Oh, GamerGate led people down the right wing pipeline." It's like no, no. I mean, it may have convinced a few people to go further right, but it was just a natural thing to have right wing come in because most of Anna GamerGate was all left wing, right? Most of the biggest proponents of anti GamerGate were all left wing, so which is kind of natural that their buddies from the right wing would come in and start saying shit, you know.
have your politics changed since Gamergate or because of Gamergate?
No, I've pretty much always been like left of center. I'm not far left wing, but I've always been left of center, and I'm for human rights and fair treatment and freedom, and you know I'm not at all conservative. Never have been really. Like I've always had kind of the same politics. I guess I'm just too old to give a shit about changing at this point.
Some people say that Gamergate was the first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
The culture war is a stupid thing, but I would say, yeah, yeah. Sadly, it was really one of the first really big. I mean, there's probably stuff before that, but none of it really stirred up as much of a controversy as Gamergate. And it's the reason why the left still uses a touchstone today to talk about, oh, that Gamergate did all this and Gamergate did all that. It was the first big thing that kind of sadly defined the generation of people and what their politics were. I mean, I hate to say that, but I mean, we don't have wars anymore in North America. And the last big polarizing thing that happened was 9/11. And I mean, that was kind of an easy thing for everyone to get on the side with. You know, we don't really like people blowing up people on our soil. You know, I mean, it's kind of an easy ask for everyone to get on the side with that. Um, but this was like the first thing that really was polarizing and divisive. And there's a reason why everything's been called X Gate since then and reference back to Gamergate. There's been Comics Gate. There's been a few other gates too. It gets tiring to keep track of them all. But yeah, I think it was one of the big first things of the culture war that we that we got to see, and it's just tiring to think about. It's just like you don't understand. All we wanted to do was just we wanted some basic respect, you know, and some basic ethics. Nothing big, nothing huge. And y'all had to make it about how we're racist, Nazi, sexist, transphobic, hateful, everything. You had to go all that way for that. And it's like you don't even know any of us, really. You just see a mob and you're just like, meh, you're all horrible because you don't like what I like.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle within the left between those who believe in small L liberal democratic values and those who don't?
I mean, they were very much the press is very much in like most of Hollywood, most of California is very very extreme left leaning, right? Like they don't use the term homeless anymore. They say unhoused. Like how stupid is that? You can't even and now like the new big thing is they're making retarded the R word. Retarded the R word. You know, it's just because they can't they just have this feeling that they cannot ever possibly potentially offend anyone. And so when you have a bunch of gamers who are angry and upset, and you can hear I use colorful language all of the time, and you know, we're talking and saying you're all full of shit and you should probably not talk about this kind of stuff. They kind of just come in saying, "You guys are big meanie poo-poo heads that are being mean to my friends." And yeah, it became kind of a war against the left side of the spectrum, the far left side. Now, it wasn't just right on this side. It was right and center and left, just not the extreme left.
Well, there
and
were a
it
lot
was
of far left people too, but
yeah. Well,
who
there was
supported
a few
GamerGate.
far left. There was a few far left that I knew about. I didn't know how many, but honestly, I
not.
just think
They were far left usually on economics, not on
yeah, they're
social justice warrior stuff.
yeah, they're libertarian on economics. They're not talking about
Well,
like
libertarian means something like,
yeah.
I wouldn't say libertarian on economics.
Well, yeah.
Like
Excuse
Unconfidence
me,
was like a communist. Like he was like a legit commie.
yeah, socialist. There you go. There you got more socialists that I should say. But yeah, like
Libertarian left.
yeah, they're far out there, and yeah,
Most of us were libertarian left, I think.
Yeah, for the
Or
most part,
moderate.
I was moderate. I was one of the moderates. I wasn't way out there, and it's just that most of our soy drinking compatriots over on the California side of thing or what we're at war with, and like, yeah, I'm sorry, like your political views were far left in every respect of the word, and so it's like, yeah, it kind of was. It wasn't intended on being. It just that's the way it worked out because that was the politics of those that were there, and they are very much a community. I mean, you can see when creators leave California, suddenly they start talking very different. Like one of the like great touchstones of this is Matt Pat, right? Matt Pat was in California for a long time.
I have no idea who that is, by the way, but
Matthew Patrick.
yeah,
You
no.
do not know who game. It's a theory, a game theory. You do not know game theory.
Oh, is he like a YouTuber or something?
Oh my god, yes, he is. He's also a fucking huge meme. Wow. See, this is what surprises me. The internet is such a small place, but sometimes so large. You did not know anything about Matthew Patrick.
I do.
Anyways,
He wasn't like a big deal in my world at all in any way, shape, or form. So
he's just a living meme in gaming culture. Yeah, he's the one that said Sans and it was a character from there's a character from oh shit, Earthbound. Sans and Ness are the same person. He like that's fucking. He's one of the Five Nights at Freddy's theories and all this kind of shit. Anyways, he was out west for quite some time and finally moved back east. And when he did, suddenly his live streams got a lot more liberating. Like he seemed to talk more about stuff as opposed to being so politically correct constantly. And so I'm like, hey, yeah, see, once you're away from that whole hive mind center that is California, you stop saying things like unhoused and you start saying homeless again because it's homeless. There's no reason to call them unhoused. That's stupid and it sounds stupid and you're stupid for saying it.
you say you don't care about the culture war stuff, but it seems like you talk a lot about it. You talk about the California people. You talk about our soy drinking compatriots. You talk about forced diversity.
Yeah, I hate all of it. I hate the fact that I have to mention any of it, but it's there. I don't deny reality. That's why I roll my eyes saying it's a culture war. Because unfortunately, for some bizarre fucking reason, that's what they've made it. And I don't know why. I still to this day do not understand why the people of California, which primarily what it is, it seems to be primarily out there. And I know this because personal family members have gone out there and started talking that way. And when they came back, suddenly they kind of dropped those values again and started talking like a normal person again. I don't know if it's in the water, in the air. I don't know if it's just something that you have to do. Otherwise, you'll be run out of town on a rail. I don't fucking know. But for some reason, the moment you enter California and live there for any length of time, it becomes a culture war with the rest of the fucking country for reasons I have yet to understand. Just because you like these certain things and talk about these certain things, you think the entire nation has to talk about those same things and in the same way with your same values. I don't fucking get it. I'm of the mindset that you love what you want to love, you enjoy what you want to enjoy, and leave people the fuck alone to do the same.
Did you interact with any anti-GamerGate people?
Too many, though. I don't ask me for any fucking names. I don't remember them all. But yeah, Twitter was a place where I used to spend way too much time arguing with people, and I'm sure there's plenty of fun tweets out there. I know there was one where I said the N-word as an example of things you can't say in real life that people have taken the wrong way since then, because the other guy that I was talking to had their account entirely banned from Twitter.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
No. No. No, that was a pointless activity. I gave up after a while. It was a pointless activity. It's still pointless. Do you know what Twitter bio says today? And it's still fucking Twitter. It's not. I'm not calling it fucking X. Fuck you. It's not X. It's fucking Twitter. It's always gonna be fucking Twitter. But you know what my bio says today?
What does it say?
I have miscalculated the value of my Twitter activity.
That's probably true for all of us.
Yeah. The funny part is that's an actual quote from someone who was doing games media coverage. He was doing tweets about game releases and stuff, who closed their account because they didn't feel like they were getting enough money for doing what they were doing.
So, do you have any friends who were anti-GamerGate?
I'm sure maybe some that didn't talk to me about it, but I doubt it. I don't have that many friends, so probably maybe one or two that I may know, but not ones I've talked to anytime soon.
How could the GamerGate conversation have been more productive?
If the other side fucking listened, if our side wasn't fucking full of trolls, if their side wasn't full of fucking trolls, if it wasn't on the fucking internet to begin with and somehow was done in some other fashion. I mean, if we're talking about, ideal things, hey, maybe we could have had a panel at one of the fucking PAX East or West or whatever.
Well, we had a bunch of panels. Oh,
yeah. But I mean, like an actual, like, real both sides have a chance panel, not us having a panel and them having a panel, like actual meeting of people to talk at the same time to each other.
I tried to do that actually.
I know, and it doesn't, and they don't want to do it.
I got canceled actually.
Yeah,
legit. I got canceled. There was I hosted 2 panels at conventions prior. Now for the third one, me and an anti-GamerGate person were going to be hosting it together. They later backed out, and then a mob on social media legit pressured the convention to cancel the event.
Yeah, I remember.
Even though we were looking for a replacement person too.
You
remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember when you got canceled for it. I remember like I said, I'm talking about an actual dialogue panel, and that never happened because I said they don't want to have a talk. They don't want to talk. And I remember when you got shoved out of that, I'm like, see, that's what happens. That's what happens. You don't have the money or the power, so you're not going to get a seat at the table. You're just going to get shoved out the door.
People tried to cancel one of my other panels too, but thankfully the convention actually came out and put a statement out saying that they believe in the value of discourse.
Yeah, I know. Some the first 2 did. The first 2 were allowed it. I know one of them put out a statement. I can't remember which it was the first or second.
The conventions don't exist anymore, so like I'm not even sure I should say their name. They're both like super small conventions. Well, one of them wasn't that small, but they were having a lot of difficulties because they like took a year off and then they like tried to come back. And
yeah, it's so hard. Once you lose that momentum, that's
yeah. Like if you're doing it every year, you can get like you can do okay. But if you take like a year or 2 off and then like try to come back, it's
because
rough.
I mean, because now you lose you lose the regulars that were coming to it, plus the venue be a little more hesitant and stuff because you took a year off. You're gonna really be able to get that many people in the house, and it's a bunch of stuff. And then it's like also just having the finances. 'Cause I know like in Canada, the Pride Festival had issues like that where there was some financial mismanagement. And they took a year off, and then it became 2 years, then it became 3 years, and it was like it's just shit didn't work out for a while until the city actually came in and refunded it. And because the Pride thing was a big thing in Ottawa, so it was they wanted to kind of bring it back as a cultural touchstone, but it was totally different at that point. Like it was wild as shit when it was run by the guys at Wilds, which is ironic that the name of the store is Wilds, and they kind of ran it like a wild venue. But yeah, it was, yeah, it was interesting. Trust me, I'd say I'm not part of the LGBTQ plus AIFG HK LMLG PXTY, whatever the letters they've added to it since. I'm not a part of that community. I respect them. I don't respect the naming convention because it's just you're getting too many letters there, buddy. LGBTQ was LGBT is about as far as I was. Like that seems to cover just about everybody. Don't get me started on that. That's a whole other part of the culture war that's just like that. I'm not gonna talk. I'm not part of the community. I shouldn't talk about it. I just think it's weird that they keep adding colors to the flag and doing weird stuff for the flag, and
I think
everyone has a flag.
Silly to have the idea that you shouldn't be able to talk about it just because you're not quote unquote part of the community. And I am quote unquote part of the community.
Yeah, well, because I mean, like to me, it's just like I'm not part of the community. Maybe I'm just not understanding from the outside. I just don't understand why they have a black stripe on the black and brown.
No,
stripe
it's stupid. They shouldn't
flag.
do it. As someone who is quote unquote part of that community, I think that's the dumbest shit in the world.
Yeah, like that's why I don't want to. I don't feel it's my place to talk about it just because like maybe I'm like maybe I'm the Skinner meme. I'm actually the Skinner meme. It's like, am I the one wrong? No, it's them that's wrong. It's like I don't know if that's where I'm at this point because I know as I've gotten older, like I look at some of the crazy shit that I see online these days. I'm just like, you're going too far, guys. It's like you don't need a flag for every identity. When do we need flags for every identity? I don't understand. The rainbow flag was supposed to be everyone under the rainbow. One unified front of belief. Everyone under the rainbow.
Dude, we got to wrap this up, man. We got so many more questions to get to.
But anyways, let's go ahead. Yeah, look, see, that's what I didn't want to talk about too, because now you're gonna give me another tangent. Move on.
When some critics of GamerGate when some critics claimed GamerGate supporters were only straight white men, women and minorities who supported GamerGate created not your shield in response. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, they were not your shield. They should it is a common tactic of the leftist side of things, the far left, to speak for people who they shouldn't be speaking for, because they're nothing but straight, or maybe other things, but mainly they're white, and a lot of them are male. So why the fuck are you talking for everyone else? You shouldn't be. Know your fucking place. Shut your fucking mouth.
Some websites banned discussion of GamerGate. Why do you think that is?
Wouldn't you ban people you don't want to hear from? I mean, it's kind of, it was expected. It was an expected course of action. When they could not shut people up by saying stop talking, they just made you stop talking.
Why do you think some people claimed that GamerGate was about harassment or hating women?
Because they wanted to say anything but what it was about. I mean, that's the whole point, is why would you want to talk about these issues when you can just distract from them and say it's anything else but what it is? It's the same thing for every other controversy. Let's talk about this other thing that really doesn't matter to the main conversation, but let's just talk about it because you kind of got off on that subject. It could be seen this way. Let's talk about that. So then you start the whole whataboutism. What about this? What about this over here? And next thing you know, you're no longer talking about the issue anymore. You're over here talking about something. You're over here talking about gay rights and pride flags in the middle of a GamerGate conversation.
Well, to be clear, I'm not talking about that.
I'm saying.
I guess I am too. Actually, we both are. But
I know. See, that's what I'm saying. But But
But you're also talking about like fucking AI and capitalism and like Jesus. We're way far afield.
Because that was you didn't structure that part of it. You were like, just talk, Pac.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
about whatever
Say
you
a bunch
want.
of stuff that's gonna get you canceled.
I
Say a
don't
bunch of
think
stuff
it
that's
was
gonna get you canceled.
I don't think it was bad. I think it was. I think it humanizes you to the reader because it's not just like you, a guy who's like answering questions. You're like actually guiding the conversation in ways you want it to go.
I'm a real boy. I'm a real life boy.
I'm just gonna move on from that. How important? How important to you was it that bad actors were condemned?
It started out being important and then it became meaningless. Because at first, like, it was great to be able to say, "Hey, that guy, he's not with us. He doesn't sit at our table." And by the end, it's like, well, now you're just pointing to anyone and saying that. And it's like, well, I've said very clearly what my beliefs are. These are my beliefs. This is what I'm fighting for. I can't say what everyone else is. And eventually, if I just sit here trying to denounce bad actors, that's all I'm doing all the time. That's part of where the fatigue came in. I'm like, you don't want to talk about the issues. You just want to find a villain on our side and then pin everything that they're saying on everyone on our side. It's like we can be as clear as we can possibly be and say that no, we don't support that, and you're still gonna do it anyway. So again, we lack the money and the power to really make our message heard.
Do you think that Gamergate people did a good job condemning harassment for the most part?
I guess more at the start, but again, I think everyone started giving up on that because it was a never-ending fight. Because again, all you had to say is, "Oh, but I saw the other day this person on Twitter with 8 followers and like 2 tweets said this horrible thing about Gamergate. It's a horrible thing about women. He has the Gamergate hashtag. Look, 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 look." It's like, well, dude, I can't talk for that random Twitter dude.
Well,
none of us can.
Who do you think was responsible for these egg accounts? Well, I should probably clarify what that is for like people who don't know what Twitter is like. Uh, where do you think these accounts that had like almost no followers, brand new accounts, no tweets, that had sent like harassing or like genuinely sexist stuff, was that us, you think, pro Gamergate people, or was it anti or trolls or what?
Who the fuck knows? I mean, unless you have proof of one way or the other, I don't fucking know. They could have been trolls. They could have just been random 4chan trolls causing trouble. They could have been leftists doing it. Because I mean, you look at the Unity thing. Well, I hate circling back to stuff that's happening currently, but Unity, one of the Unity employees called in a bomb threat on their own place, just to kind of distract from the thing. It's like it happens. The other side will sometimes do that kind of shit. We can't rule it out, but I can't rule out the fact that this is some real, actual, quote unquote, Gamergate supporters or people that thought they were being Gamergate supporters saying it too. I can't say it's not trolls. I can't say that they weren't a fucking bot network that came back through time and fucking did it. I don't fucking know. No one knows. No one knows.
Well,
I wish we did.
There were obviously these egg accounts. And then there were these new accounts that no one knows who they were.
Yep.
Then there were these third-party trolls, and we do kind of know who those people were. We have a pretty good idea of who those people were. And then, of course, there was within Gamergate a faction that kind of broke away and started legitimately harassing people. The GG Revolt crowd, if you remember them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts on the Gamergate Revolt crowd? Did you think that they were people that you would have welcomed within Gamergate?
No, they're a bunch of fucks. Like, I'm sorry, don't harass people. Don't do it. Like, did I make funny jokes to people? Yes, I did, because I'm a sarcastic asshole, and I'm gonna make funny jokes about people. I'm gonna mock you if I don't like you, but I'm not gonna harass you. Like, I'm not gonna try and find out more information about you, unless you're a terrible person and you're actually harassing the people. Then I'll try and find something out about you, like that. God, what is his name?
The guy in Brazil.
Well, the guy in Brazil, yeah, there was that too. Like I there were people during Gamergate that needed to be outed for being horrible pieces of shit. But I mean, this was more recent. It was the thing with Ackman and I'm trying to remember his fucking thing.
Oh, bro, I have no fucking clue. I don't.
But anyways, he was a terrible person. Turns out he's like a wife beater too. Just like a real piece of shit. So yeah, did I try and find stuff about him? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because I felt like he was harassing and attacking people, and so he really needed to be put in his place. And so I understand, like, if someone's doing that, if someone's being a horrible person to everyone, fine. Like, try and find more about them. Try and like actually warn them that they need to stop somehow. But as for like death threats and harassment in real life and all this kind of shit, fucking don't. Just fucking don't. Why? Just fucking why?
If you saw someone on your side, quote unquote, doing something bad, or that you thought was bad, how would you handle that situation?
Oh, like I said, I don't know if I said this already, but there's one guy that was talking shit on Twitter, and I straight up told him, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And he says, I'm just here to call shit. I don't care about anything. I'm just here to call shit. I was like, well, fuck, that's the problem we're having. We got people like you in this fucking thing. And I called it out, but they didn't stop him. He just kept trying to do it. He just blocked me and kept going.
Do you think people like that gave GamerGate a bad reputation
Of
and
course.
caused the bad media narrative?
Of course. 100%. Like there were people that were just there solely to be instigators and rabble rousers, and a lot of them, like when GG Revolt came out, a lot of them went that direction because they're just like, this is great, I can now really get into this. I have a bunch of friends that'll help me now too. And it's just like, no, like, why is your life so small that you need to do this, to be cruel to people for no better reason than just like you're a little upset?
Bro, those GG Revolt people, man, some of them are still unhinged to this day, bro. Like, some of them are still, like, stalking me to this day, bro. Like, they're, like, still obsessed.
Yeah, I know. It's like, what happened? Who hurt you? Who hurt you to make you like this? Because I don't understand these people. It's not a mentality that I can understand. Like, I can obsess over someone or something for a little while. I can do that. Like I said, this other guy who, I almost said, no, not Omni. Omni's the one. That's actually a really good guy to follow. Don't put Omni's name in this.
I'll take it out.
God, what?
But don't remind me to take it out, because, like, if I'm editing it, like, 3 months from now, I want to remember.
Yeah, no, don't worry. It's in the video. Like, if you want to follow someone who's really cool, Infernal Omni on Twitter is a really cool guy who does cool news. I brought in his name by accident because my brain is old and getting tired and cannot remember things I get used to. So he actually covered the situation I was thinking about. That's why his name's been rattling around in my brain. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I can obsess over some people and I can obsess over some situations for a short time. But I mean, some of these people will go, like, the Ralph retort still's going about shit. And I'm just like, how do you have the energy to care this long? Like, what do you have in your life that makes you care this long? I can't. It's just not in me. Like I said, Gamergate died like a couple of months after like the hashtag really stopped being used by us. It's been dead for so long, and it's we all moved on, and people still to this day are still bringing it up and saying all this shit like that. The Gamergate caused Trump to get elected. I'm like, no, and no. I'm sure they'd try and blame the Ukraine war and Russia invasion and like COVID and everything else on Gamergate if they could. And I'm just like, I don't fucking get it. I don't get why you're so obsessed. It's been over. It remains over.
Well, talking about Ralph, I guess we have to talk about Ralph in the context of, like, harassment. This is the harassment section of the interview,
fun part.
I obviously Mr. Ralph was engaged in, I think it's safe to say, real harassment of people on both
Oh,
sides.
dude, like, have you been following him more recently?
I don't give a shit about Ralph. I don't follow anything he does.
It's gotten so. It was the stuff he did in GamerGate is baby shit compared to the stuff he does now. Like, oh my god, like why that man has not been arrested is I think it's
Well, he
only
has
because
been
he
arrested actually.
like he only he hasn't been arrested and put in jail is because I think he's in Mexico now, hiding out from his other shit. Unless he's been more recently arrested than I know about.
But
I
I
just know he
think
moved.
I think that the story of Ralph is in some ways a positive story for Gamergate, in some ways a negative one. I think that obviously Ralph was like a pretty shitty hurt person, and I think that he probably should have been condemned earlier than he was, including by me perhaps. But when he did cross the line and it was revealed that he was involved with doxing, when he was involved with those articles harassing Lily Fang's family and her boyfriend, I'm sure you remember that situation.
Yeah, yeah.
I I feel like the entire community, like everybody, even people who like were not even talking about this stuff too much anymore, were like, "Holy shit, no, we got to make it clear that this is not something that we stand for."
Yeah, no, I think that was like one of the big hits that our side really took when like it revealed how much of a big piece of shit he was. And it's like because he was originally one of the people that had a platform that was large enough to kind of rattle the establishment, you know? Because he had the Ralph retort. It actually was making waves. Like it was starting to come up. And so, you know, it was something that could have had a future had it not been run by Ralph. Ethan Ralph is a piece of shit and will always be a piece of shit. And it, uh, in the near decade since, it's just proven how much of a piece of shit he is.
Well, you know the history between me and Ralph, right?
I know a bit of it, but again, like it's been years, so you have to refresh my memory.
I'm not gonna like want to rehash it all every single time we do an interview about this, and any time he comes up. But uh, basically, he allowed a third-party troll to join his server when he was trying to distance himself from GamerGate, and went to war with GamerGate people when they went after like Jennifer Medina, Cult of Vivian, myself, Paulo, tons of people. Just like, and he decided to go to war with the GamerGate people. He teamed up with one of the trolls who was like a legit doxer, and allowed me to get doxed on his server, his private chat room.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And
Like
then of course the logs got leaked.
That's something he does on the regular on his fucking morning with whatever he does now. That's like a common occurrence now.
Oh
Like
really?
this, yes.
Well, allegedly, we got to put that in front of there. Because,
No, it's not allegedly. You can go and look up the recorded logs of him.
Well, I know.
digging.
Oh, I know. I've got logs of my own. Trust me.
No, like he legit is saying we got to find this guy's identity, and he's like,
But this isn't a book.
On
in a
screen.
book, you have to say allegedly.
He is legit on screen. You can go and look at his. You can go and get his transcripts from his videos that he has done that are still online, where he is actively on that stream watching another streamer, looking up information about said streamer and finding their real name and information and calling for that real information to be posted to him on his discords and telegrams or whatever else he runs. So this is not alleged. This is you can go and see visual proof of him doing it.
Oh, trust me, Pawkeshup. Look,
In
I
real time.
agree. I agree, okay? I'm just saying that if we're putting something in a written form on a book,
allegedly,
we have to quote unquote allegedly, okay?
Allegedly, videos exist online that show him doing this exact thing live.
Allegedly, Osama bin Laden planned 9/11. Oh, allegedly, yes. Hitler was responsible for invading Poland in the Holocaust.
Yes.
Allegedly. You know.
Allegedly, Zelensky clapped for a Nazi in the middle of the Canadian Parliament.
Well, I mean, look, obviously, I don't think that was good, but
No, but it actually happened. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing.
But
Allegedly.
no, look, hang on. If we're gonna talk about Ukraine in the book and bring it up even like halfway, I want to make sure that I'm not putting out false information. I think that Ukraine
No, he
is
no
a.
no.
Hang
no
on, no, hey, you can give your point of view in 2 seconds, but I'm gonna give mine too. Okay.
I
Ukraine is a liberal. I'm sure we do, but Ukraine is a liberal democratic society. Does Ukraine have a bit of a history where they don't own up to 100% of the bad things that happened in their past? Yes, that is true. But that doesn't mean that they deserve to be invaded by a totalitarian fascist or by a fascist dictator, I should say, like Vladimir Putin, okay?
Yeah.
And
No.
the United States and our allies should support Ukraine, I believe. But we
Yeah.
might
No.
disagree. I
The
don't know.
whole
Let's see.
whole fuck up of that little clapping thing. It was all on the minister that brought the guy in, because Zelensky and Trudeau had no idea the guy was going to be there. They had no fucking clue who he was. And this guy just brought him in because I guess he asked his staff to find a World War II vet, and that's who they found.
Yeah, and I can
And-
understand
and
why they have.
They didn't vet him beyond that, and they're like, "Thank you for your service for the fucking Nazis."
Yeah.
It was so bad. It was so bad. But see, I used to live in Canada, so I can tell you that's the kind of fucking mistake Canadian Parliament has made so many fucking times, to just like not vet people that go there. They just like, oh yeah, yeah, that person. Not saying they host Nazis all the time. That was a really spectacular one. But I've seen some shit when I lived in Canada where they're just like, they just take people on their word, and they're just like nice people. They're like, oh yeah, and then they find out later the person's a piece of shit, and like, oh whoops, fuck, we didn't, oops, sorry. They're not the brightest people in Canadian Parliament. I'm sorry, they're not the brightest. Anyways, I'm derailing the conversation
No,
again.
you're good. You're good. You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you experience any harassment during GamerGate from either side or from third-party trolls?
Oh, I'm sure some people harass me, but to me, harassment goes off like a water off a duck's back. I don't really give a shit. Say what you want to say about me. I'll laugh about it, but like, you cannot be a harsher critic of me than me. You can't. You can. There's not. It's not possible. It's not possible. I had a nickname when I was a kid. Would you like to know my nickname
Sure.
that my
Let's see the
family
game.
gave me? Danger, Vomit Boy. That's a legit nickname. It was started as Danger Boy because because of the shit I used to do when I was that visit my brother, and driving his lawnmower around and doing stupid shit. And there's this guy on the radio that's called Danger Boy. And then one time when I was with my other brother riding bike, I threw up because I only had a bologna sandwich to start my day that day, and a physical exertion made me throw up. And so yeah, I was called Danger Vomit Boy for like a year and a half. You can't. The amount of mockery I've taken in my life, there's nothing you can say to me that I will not say about myself and laugh it off. I can't. I am cast iron.
Why do you think that the media covered harassment that anti-GamerGate people received, but didn't cover anything that pro-GamerGate people received?
Because they're their friends. Duh. They're their friends. That was the whole purpose of the whole ethics in game journalism, is that these people are willing to cover what happened to their friends, and what happened to their friends. And, oh my god, my friend got called a bad name. My friend got harassed. Oh no! Look at look at these egg accounts. By the way, for those who don't understand that reference, Twitter used to be, when you had a default profile, they only had an egg as your profile picture, and you had to update that. And if you didn't update that, it was probably a new account that you just didn't fucking care about, or was a burner account, or was a new account. That's why we keep calling them egg accounts. You can put that in the book as a little sideline. See, now you can actually use egg account. That's how you do a reference. But Anyways, they're like, "What? Look at what this egg account said about my friend." But they didn't give a shit about us because they didn't give a shit about us to begin with. Why would they?
Well,
They
to
wrote
be
the
clear,
Gamers are Dead
though,
articles.
it wasn't just egg accounts. Like people did like actually get doxxed on the other side.
I know, but I used the egg account thing because it was a real thing that would happen. Is that they would have like 2 or 3 of the big names of GamerGate would say some. They take like one of the tweets out of context, and then they'd always add in at least one fucking egg account every fucking time. They had a list of tweets that were harassing them every fucking time. And go back and look at articles if you can still find them. They always had at least one fucking egg account listed in it, and I'm like, bro, why include that one? Why? Why include that one? You and I both know that's just some random account. It could be your own friends that are doing it. Who the fuck knows who it is? Don't include that one. Fine. You want to say that like God, what was that one dev's name? Shit.
Well, there
The
were
guy,
a lot of devs.
the eye patch guy.
Dragonall, Brad
yes.
Wardell, who worked at Space.
Not Brad Wardell. Not Brad Wardell. No, it wasn't Brad. His avatar was an eye patch guy. Brad had a different avatar.
Oh, well, hang on.
Red something.
I think I know what you're talking about. He was only involved in GamerGate briefly before my time, but I was told by other people, hey, that guy's a legit harasser. Don't talk to him and stuff.
Exactly. Like,
but I don't know. I don't know what
he was often.
I didn't look into the allegations, but
it's true.
Oh, it's true.
It's true.
Okay.
Vouching for that is true, and he was like of the Mr. Medicare stripe of things. Internet aristocrat at the time. Where he was just there to mock and laugh at people, but he was a much more aggressive harasser type person. So yeah, he was definitely very aggressive about talking shit about people. And so it would be one of his tweets, one of Ralph's tweets, because Ralph, again, piece of shit, and an egg tweet. 9 times out of 10, those are the 3 things you'd see whenever they talk about harassment of anti-GG. Those 3 people would be featured every time. Those 3 things would be featured every fucking time.
Well, I mean, look, yeah, I didn't, should we say his name?
Rogue. That's it. You're right.
Roguestar, yeah.
Roguestar.
Well, see, I got this rule I had in the book where if somebody engaged in real harassment, I'm not going to name them because I feel like if I do that, I'm providing like moral cover for their harassment.
Yeah, you can take his name out. You can use his name as one of the harassers.
But I guess we already did that with Ralph. But like Ralph is like a public figure, so it's a different situation. But this guy was like a rando dude.
No, he was a developer.
Well, he never even made a game or anything. He claimed he was making a game.
He claimed he was making a game, but he was major in the beginning. He was out there in the beginning. He was featured. You actually see him in a lot of art of early on GamerGate. You'll see him in a lot of. You'll see his eye patch avatar in a lot of early GamerGate artwork. So he was out there. He put himself out there on the front line, and then he just fucking pull up stakes and vanish, I believe, at some point.
Yeah, he disappeared. He tried coming back like 2 years later. Yeah. After he was involved in like the first couple months, I think, and then he just got he got banned from Twitter, I think, and then he disappeared. And then like 2 years later, he tried coming back, and I remember seeing him because he tried to follow me because I was a big figure in GamerGate at the time. Like a year and a half or 2 years later, and I'm like, nah, people warned me about this guy.
Yep, rightfully so, because he was unhinged. Like he was one of the ones that were like, oh yeah, no, not him. Don't listen to him. But yeah, unfortunately, he had a very iconic avatar, and that features in a lot of GamerGate art. Sadly,
that's very unfortunate. Then
it is very unfortunate.
Well, and the people in the chat are saying that John Kelly was a harasser, which is true actually, but he was a harasser with GG Revolt. Like during GamerGate, I don't think he actually harassed anyone, but when he
may have there was a good amount of people that were behind the scenes doing shit constantly.
I know a specific example of when he harassed somebody, when he harassed me, and he was I believe he harassed the Nintendo Treehouse employee too. Alison Rapp.
It's very possible.
But that was when he was with GG Revolt. Like he broke off from GamerGate at that point and was a legit harasser.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, there's some pieces
But John
of shit.
Kelly's reputation was dog shit too. Like nobody liked. I mean, other than Barolo, who was also GGR, nobody liked John Kelly. Remember? Do you remember when he did the mental breakdown on stream?
Fuck. Not offhand, but
A
I mean,
bunch of
there was a couple of mental breakdowns.
there were many
Gamergate.
mental breakdowns on stream. This is true. I'm actually interviewing. Well, I might not talk shit about anybody. I mean, it's not even talking shit, but like I think it's fine if people are emotionally invested in stuff and they. I don't think that like, oh, you cried on stream, therefore you're like, fuck you. I think that's stupid. I think that's toxic. That's like real toxic masculinity. I think that if people want to like express themselves and express their emotions, I think there's good ways to do that and bad ways to do that. But I don't think that like, oh, you cried on stream once, therefore you're a joke and shouldn't be taken seriously. I think that that's really toxic behavior, and I don't endorse that at all. And I don't think John was like a moral monster either. Like I saw him go down that rabbit hole, and I kind of tried to pull him out of it. I really did, because he was in the streamer community. So I actually knew John. Like he was a legit GamerGate guy, and then he slowly became more and more unhinged over time, and like buying into conspiracy theories. And he was like so look, do people say I was obsessed with GamerGate, which is like probably true actually at the time, but like dude, John was like 10 times more obsessed, dude. He would spend like every day, dude, every single day of his life, and so did I. I spent a lot of time too, but maybe not as much as him. Every day, it'd be like, okay, did you see this new thing? I got this new thing, this new project, this new, oh my god, this, oh my god. Like he was, dude, it was his whole life. And then he just like became just too far down the rabbit hole, and I tried to pull him back. I tried to save him, and it didn't.
Nope.
It didn't. Well, actually, after he had that meltdown, he kind of disappeared for a while, and it seemed like he, from what I hear, other people supposedly kept in touch with him. I have my own like personal reasons to quote unquote dislike him, but like I don't hold a grudge. Whatever. It was 10 years ago when he harassed me, but after I tried to fucking help him, but he supposedly he's in a better spot now. That's what people say.
Well, hopefully. I mean, again, it's not something that happened commonly because they want to say like anti-GG would say, "Oh, there's a big pipeline of the right wing thing." No, I mean some people did. Some people who were disenfranchised, and I mean it's not impossible. It's not impossible. I mean, you look at what happened with Ralph. Like Ralph, as big a piece of shit as he was, like he had people in his orbit that followed him down the rabbit hole, right? That they're still in his community to this day. They're still there in his orbit, either as enemies or friends, because they just don't have anything else to focus their life on, and that's what they focus their life on. And it's sad and it's pathetic, but it's what happened.
Well, and to be fair, like I probably didn't like try that hard to save him. Like I thought he was going down a dark path, and I tried to like warn him about this and tried to pull him back a little bit, but like I didn't like invest. Like, if I was like a real friend, I probably would have invested more time into trying like to save him, pull him back, and warn him. But but look, dude, I had my own shit going on, and he was one of fucking like 200 people I'm interacting with on a regular basis. You know, I can't dedicate my whole life to trying to save this guy and pull him back from the brink.
No, and that's the thing. It's like you can't change someone's mind. If that's what they really believe, then you're not going to make them change their mind. They're going to just believe what they're going to want to believe, and they're going to tilt at the windmills they're going to want to tilt at. And if you tell them that they're just going to get themselves hurt, they're going to go at it. And it's like, you know, it's like King of Pull. I think at one point in time, people tried to pull him back from doing the shit that he did, and no one could. You know, it's just what it is. What it is.
Yeah, and look, you know, he made the choices he made. He's his own man.
Yeah, and you can't.
I mean, look, he
make
was
them
like,
for 'em.
he was like fucking like, I don't think he was old. I think he was like 19 years old. Like, I don't think he was like, a like, dumb kids saying do stupid shit on the internet. I'm like, to some extent, I'm willing to like, not beat you up too much, especially if you're not that same person anymore. So like, I'm like, he was a very young man, got a little bit too obsessed with this stuff, and then he went like super right wing. He became like, you people say like alt right pipeline, like he was like the prime example of that. But he was like,
Yeah.
aside from him and like some of the GG Revolt people, I don't think that was largely a thing. And the GG Revolt people, that was, if you remember, the unique IDs on their board, it was like 60 people.
Yeah, like I said, we were a small room, and they were a smaller part of the small room. And that's one thing people will. That's what makes me laugh about the whole anti GG thing of like GamerGate did all these things. It's like, you realize we were like maybe 1,000 people, maybe 2,000 total. Like, we were not. It was not a big movement. We were just loud.
Well, it depends on how you like define it. Like, I heard someone I interviewed the other day said 100,000 people, which is probably, I don't know, that might be more right. But it's like, how do you define this? Like, people who are tweet about it one time, are they part of GamerGate? People who hold a generalized, I think GamerGate is good, but I'm not like actually doing anything about it. Like, are
See,
they pro gamer? Like, there's so many different layers of how you can like define this.
That's why I said we were like 1,000, because that was the kind of the core.
More than that, I think.
No,
dude.
that was like the core of like who were active, right? Like, there may have been other people
I'd say
that
like
were
2,000 or 3,000 like super active people. I'd say.
even still like 2,000 or 3,000. Even if we go with as far as 4,000 people active, right? 4,000 people is like nothing. It's nothing. That's not even
No, I
a
disagree
statistic.
completely. I think if you have 4,000 people who are like super fucking dedicated to something, that like you have like, holy shit, you can accomplish a ton of shit in the world if you have like good direction and good habits and like good coordination. Like, you can accomplish a ton of shit in the world with just like a dozen people who are like super passionate about something. And we had, if you look at like, there were probably like 100,000 people who had like some degree of interest in this. I think that's probably true, and like had some degree of involvement. But like, as for people who were making this a major part of their life, probably somewhere between like probably like 2 and 10,000. And I don't know, maybe it's closer to like 10,000. I don't know. But it was a lot of people, dude. It was a lot of people.
I don't even think 10,000. I think that's really
dude. There were like
numbers.
millions of tweets, dude. There were
millions of tweets, and that's what I'm saying.
There
like
were 130,000 people on Kotaku in action, and that's just one of the forums where people went to.
Yeah,
this was a huge thing.
And that's why I say like 100,000 people. Like, I could see it being tangentially like they're having some degree of interest. But I mean, I look at it the same way you look at Markiplier having 10 million or 20 million or 30 million followers. Like, yes, he has 30 million followers on paper. He has 30 people that click the follow button. 100,000 people click the button on Kotaku in action. How many were really daily there and active? And how many were actually making content or consuming content constantly about it, and how many were just dropping in and checking out what the fuck was going on?
Well, I think that I don't want to get stuck on this because we'll never know what the exact number of people who supported GamerGate was, but I think you're underpedaling how many people were involved in this, because like, this was a huge thing, dude. There were multiple forums where people where there were literally thousands of people posting every single week.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to really see every single forum and see how many are unique and how many were just one guy who went to 3 different forums, was posting and active on those 3 forums. And
I mean, I posted on multiple forums too. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I was
and that's what I'm saying. It's like it's just like, I pulled back and I started looking at how many people were really active and really doing it, and like how much of an impact it was really having, and I began seeing why we weren't really getting a lot of mainstream coverage and why a lot of things were happening. Because again, lacking the power, lacking the money to have a platform large enough to actually reach beyond the small circle that we had, the small room we were in. We weren't getting out there, so no one really gave a shit. And I began realizing that, without some major, unless some major person, when people are trying to get Total Biscuit on side, or trying to get someone who has a larger following than most of us had at the time, that was the thing. Everyone was trying to get someone bigger and bigger and keep moving it out further. And I think if we could have done that, maybe we would have seen more traction for our side of things. But I just think that when you're when your nose is to the wall, all you see is the wall, right? So you see this massive thing in front of you that's just, it takes up your entire view. But when you take even 10 steps back, you can see the wall may just be 5 feet wide, and you're just too close to it to know that you can just walk around it at that point. And that's really, I think, why nothing happened, because for all the numbers you can pull up, it's still, we're talking about, even if, let's say it's 300,000 people had, let's triple what was on Kotaku Nation, call it 300,000 people. How many people are actually in the gaming space in comparison to that 3,000 people?
Oh, sure.
300,000
It's a fraction of the.
It's a fraction of a fraction of
Yeah.
a fraction.
No, I agree.
But
It's like
when
don't
games
sell
are
us
selling
don't sell us
10
short though and be like, oh, it's like 1,000 people, maybe 2,000. Like, dude, no, dude, this was a big
I'm
thing.
talking about the really active people that were pushing things forward. And I said, between 2 and 4,000 is what I would peg it at for the really, the people like you, me, some of the people that are more active in the community, the Ralph retorts, people that were heavily active in the community. There's only a very small core that kept rolling. And it may have been people coming and going in that core through the time that was going through. But
oh, there definitely were, yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely people coming and going, but I just think at that point in time, it's there was never a ton, it was not 100,000 people constantly actively moving it forward, because that, I think, would have caused more of a shift, right? If the full 100,000 of Kotaku Nation were all actively out there doing something, even if they're all doing their own little thing, and if they're all pro GG and they're all doing their own little things in different areas, I think there would have been more traction. But I think even then, the fact that it was still only 100,000, even with 300,000, I think it would still be a struggle to get that movement in the industry, because again, you're pushing against the established powers that be and the money that exists there, right? So yes, you gamers as a group can do a ton of stuff. We've brought water to Africa. We've done tons of charity work. We've done all these great things that have happened because the community cares, right? But we haven't moved the needle on a lot of other issues, because to move that needle would take longer, more concerted effort, with more money behind it, with people that have the ability to set up things like a competitor to YouTube, or Kick, like having something like Kick or thing like that being set up by one of us, right? So that we can have a platform and have a voice and have a direction. I think this was the big thing that was lacking, and just never happened for it. And that's why it slowly died out, and we're back in the same situation we were all those years ago.
Well, and it's bullshit, because you talk to some people these days. You talk to some people, and they unfortunately believe that we were a bunch of harassers and misogynists.
Yeah, because we never got the word past our little room. Our little room had the word and knew what we were about, right? That little room knew what we were about. Everyone outside that room didn't give a shit, because none of us were big enough and reliable enough to make the difference, right? Because Ralph was technically big enough at the time, but he turned out to be the biggest piece of shit. So it's okay, if that's your representative.
Well, to be
you.
clear, Ralph was not our representative.
No, I'm just saying.
We didn't have any, but there were people who were way bigger than Ralph. I was probably bigger than Ralph.
Yeah, but again,
within the GG space.
Yeah, within GG space, but outside of it is what I'm talking about.
Ralph obviously had a whole presence in right-wing politics outside of GG, but
yeah, so he had a bigger presence to start with. Sargon of Akkad had a bigger presence, right? But he was nothing but a grifter, and he became mocked for all the stuff he said. And it's just we never had that one. Like if we'd gotten someone like the level of like a Jacksepticeye or a Markiplier
Well,
or
we had
someone
Total
like that.
Biscuit, but he obviously got very sick.
Well, no, TB came up and then went back. Right? He stepped up and talked about it, but then he said, "I don't want to talk about it anymore."
Yeah,
Right?
he had cancer.
Well, beyond the cancer, like even he pulled back even before he revealed he had cancer. Right? He pulled back almost immediately. Like he said
I
something
don't think
and then
that's fair.
he walked it back kind of immediately
I
because
don't think that's fair. He
he
was
got
actually
involved and stuff.
he was pretty heavily involved in the beginning. Again, this is like the first like
Yeah,
few months.
that's what I'm saying. Like he came into the space, talked for a little bit, and then he got tired of it being talked about. Then he pulled back, and shortly thereafter, he was talking about his cancer, which is sad because you know what's really like one thing that I'm kind of sad about is that I actually wound up living not too far from him for a little while, and could have actually met him before he passed. And I'm like, I didn't ever want to because he went to things around the area, and I never did. I'm like, shit, it would have been nice to like meet him. But anyways,
All right, let's move on. Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
I don't remember Zack Attack at this point.
When Izzy Galvez and other anti-Gamergate supporters allegedly tried to dox Mombot and the logs were leaked.
Oh, doxing in general is stupid. I don't know why everyone we're trying to do it. Anyone involved in doxing just deserves to just go fuck off and die. I'm sorry. I'm just like it's the main reason why we don't stream anymore because it's just there's just too many fucking creepy people that just want to invade your life for no better reason than to make your life a living hell. And it's like for me, I don't want people finding out about me and where I live directly because I have a family and who knows they see some shit online and they're like, oh, I want to hate on him. And for my wife, I'm always scared that someone's gonna come fucking stalk her and
Well, and
try
it's
all this kind of shit. And so I think because people are that sick, just anyone who doxes and shit, just fuck off and die. Seriously.
no, I agree 1,000%. And it's interesting too because like someone reached out to me the other day, and they claimed that they were a new YouTuber just coming up, but the person had like a couple red flags. I mean, by a couple, I mean like some massive red flags. I don't know if they were legit or not, and they're probably watching this now. But I just wanted to, and I ended up like blocking them and banning them from my Discord and everything, just because you gotta be like super careful these days, dude. Like
Yeah.
you get some like red flags from people.
Was that crazy person on Twitter? Same person?
I I don't know. It's so
The
many
one,
crazy
the
people on
one, the
Twitter.
one, the one you DM'd me about said, don't don't deal with him. He's a stalker.
Oh no!
That's a different one. Yeah.
That's one of the GG Revolt people. Dude, that Gamergate Revolt person. I'm pretty sure I know who it is. I'm like 95% sure I know who it is. He's been stalking me for months, ever since I came back.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's a weird dude.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's a bunch of crazy ass people.
Oh yeah,
online.
no, yeah, it's yeah. There's some real nutters out there. All right. What do you think of the term sea lioning?
Oh, that's the it's one of those what do you call them? Oh yeah, bullshit terms. Uh Oh, I fucking hate sea lining, gaslighting, and oh my god, just stop. It may take more than one word to describe what you're talking about, but just stop making up words or making words
Yeah,
have
the sea lioning
meanings.
thing is bullshit. It's literally it's like oh well you're politely asking me questions about things that I've said in public. It's like yeah that's kind of how like
Yeah,
debates and claims that you make in work, right? Like you make a
yeah,
claim, let's defend the claim, let's question
yeah,
aspects. Like if you make a point and other people are like, well, I don't agree with that point, and you're in a public space, that's 1,000% fair.
yeah.
That's especially the internet.
Yeah, people seem to forget that Twitter is public half the time.
Yeah,
They're like, "Why are you here talking to me?" It's like, you made a post on public social media. It was put in my feed. I have replied. You have two options. You can read it or you can ignore it. I'm not forcing you to do either. You're opting to do one or the other. Just stop. Just stop. Look, this is a safe space. Don't get in my safe space. Fuck off. It's Twitter. Fucking don't post on it or put yourself to private if you don't want anyone responding to your shit.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
It was bullshit. We all know it was bullshit, but it's the media. What more? We're protesting ethics in journalism, and they aren't showing ethics in journalism. Imagine fucking that.
Did you reach out to any journalists, or did any journalists reach out to you?
I think I talked to a couple of them. I'd have to just dig through my old DMs to see, but I'm pretty sure at one point in time, because I made videos. So since I made videos on it, which are still up on my channel, which every day I look at and go, do I want to put these private?
Oh, I understand. That's why I nuked everything. Even though
Yeah,
I regret it now, because there was a
yeah.
lot of good stuff on there.
I'm
And
just
dude, and look, the stuff that I deleted is stuff that proves we were right, dude. It proves that we weren't about harassment and misogyny. I made fucking
yeah.
hundreds of videos about this shit, dude. I was like one of the most active people in this community. And you could look at, dude, if I didn't delete all that shit, but like I wanted to go to like live my normal life, dude. I don't want to be a streamer or YouTuber anymore. I I wanted to like have a normal job, and I wanted to just like, hey, look, I don't want this shit to follow me in the real world or whatever because of the bad reputation, not because of shit we did, but like, but it, dude, it was proof. That was fucking proof, dude. My hundreds of videos, like that's fucking proof, dude. Over the course of years,
Yeah,
that's
I don't
fucking
know.
proof that we weren't fucking misogynists and harassers, dude. Like that's fucking evidence right there, dude. And it was streams with open houses where we had anybody can come in, and we had people come in. There were a couple times where we had some crazy nutters on there. I'm not gonna lie. There were a couple streams where some real nut jobs, but for the most part, all these GamerGate people who were coming into the open house and wanted to share their views, fucking normal people like you and me who care about this stuff. And it's bullshit that we were fucking demonized.
Yeah, I know. It was a complete bullshit. That's the reason why like I just private stuff instead of nuking it. It still exists, It still exists somewhere.
I know I
But
should have. I wish I did. But I had so much. Dude, I had so much that I'm like I thought about doing that. Cuz I'm like, dude, I've got like fucking like 37 pages and each page has 20 videos on it. It's like I have to go through and manually unlist or private every one, or I could
I
just
don't
click on the select all, delete, and do that like 37 times, which was already a pain in the ass. But I wish I hadn't done it. I wish I hadn't
oh
done it.
I'm thinking about to make you sicker.
Yeah.
Let me just check something.
You already deleted all your shit?
Um because I'm pretty sure you can mass edit now.
Oh,
You can
well. This was like a couple of years ago. I don't know if that feature was
uh,
around at the time. But like dude, I wish, dude, it's because dude,
okay,
this
no,
is so much
it doesn't.
fucking proof. This is
Yeah, I
proof.
don't think you can mass on. I thought you could mass on list things. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah.
I mean, I got a couple things that like Ryan Howe saved saved a mirror of one of my videos. It wasn't even a GamerGate video. It was a video when I was. I'm not sure if you remember, but after GamerGate, I was an anti alt right content creator.
Yeah.
And I made that my brand, where I'm like, I'm gonna go in there, and I'm gonna destroy the alt right, and like I made videos criticizing them, um, for a while. Like he saved one of mine from, which is cool, you know. It's the only video from of that arc in my life that I have, I think. And I got like one debate that I had with Mist Sonata back in the day. Like those are like the only 2 videos I've got left that I've saved.
That's a shame.
Yeah. And there were a couple of podcast episodes actually when I ran Caprulu Radio.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple podcast episodes. I want to talk about myself. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, which yeah, that was. I
know.
wish I would have saved the Caprulu Radio thing because that was a project that I did with my cousin. And like this was public information. We all knew this. Like, but it's like it wasn't even a GamerGate project. This was like a normal podcast that we ran.
Yeah, it's just
Unrelated
like,
to GG. Like we did a couple GamerGate episodes or whatever where we talked about some controversy in the video games industry that was tangentially related to GamerGate. But like it was mostly like a normal podcast. We talk about Halo, we talk about, whatever.
yeah. Well, the thing is, the reason I don't delete my shit is because as I've gotten older, I realize like there's like I don't have as many years in front of me as I have behind. And so I think when I'm gone, what is my family going to have to remember me? And I'm like, well, they can at least hear my voice and my old shitty takes. They can watch me play Minecraft on my old YouTube, So it's like, that's why I always waffle. Because, I mean, once it's gone forever.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just like, it's not much of a legacy, but it's a legacy.
Don't delete it, dude. Because you know what? I felt kind of good at the time. Not I felt good, but I felt like, okay,
You felt
I'm
free.
moving on. I felt free. I'm not having this anchor tied to me, where it could affect my career if I get like some crazy social justice mob after me or something. Like I don't want that. But then, as more time has passed, I've gotten more and more upset with myself. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Private that stuff at most.
That's what I do. Like I private all my Minecraft stuff back when Microsoft bought that. I'm like, if I do anything with the GamerGate stuff, it'll be privated. It'll just be tucked away.
And make
And
sure
then,
someone
like,
else has access to the account that way if something happens.
oh, I don't like talking about it.
No, I
depressing as
understand.
shit.
It is depressing as shit.
But like before I go, there'll be a full list of my accounts and how to access them and stuff. So that people want to see, like, if my family wants to see that shit, they can see that shit. They can take it down. They can delete it. They can do what they want with it in the end. But yeah, I mean, it's more depressing now that I have kids. Like back when I didn't have kids, like I didn't really think about what would come after. I was like, it's when I get there, I get there. But it's something that weighs on my mind, and it's it is what it is. It is what it is. That meme is all I live by these days.
The Forrest Gump shit happens.
No, it is what it is. I have it on my fucking phone. That's the saddest thing. I've got that fucking meme app on my phone, and it's like, oh, I'm. It's made with Unity. I can't keep it on my phone. But yeah, I literally have it on my phone, where I could just go in and it's like it is what it is.
So if we're
life.
nearing the end, if a journalist or games journalist who got GamerGate wrong is reading this now, do you have anything you want to say to them? Or rather, is there anything you want them to reconsider?
What I want them to think about is, if you were on the other side of this and I said game journalists should be over and your career should be over and you should find something else to do, how would that make you feel? When you spent your time learning the craft of being a writer, learning the craft of doing other stuff, put yourself in the other side of the argument before you start making the argument. Because once you've made the argument, you can't unmake it. You can't undo it. You cannot roll back the clock and maybe we'll forget. Every time you open your mouth and you say something online, on a video, on text, on the internet, it's going to live somewhere for the rest of time. So think about that before you say it. And maybe, just maybe, take that extra second to put yourself on the other side of your argument.
Game Diviner, who I'm interviewing tomorrow, by the way. I was supposed to be interviewing Lisa, but there were some technical difficulties. We're going to have to reschedule that one probably for next week. But I am interviewing Paulo tomorrow. He's in the chat. He says, "Congrats on the kids, Puck."
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Like I've had the kids for a while. they're pretty much what I live for
Yeah,
these
I know that
days.
because we talk all the time.
Yep.
Well, we talked all the time. Then we
We
stopped
talk all the
talking.
time when you existed. When you vanish from the internet, we don't talk.
Was that a dick move on my part?
No. Do you know how many online friends I have come and gone out of my life? That's why I said I don't have like actual friends, because like my ex, like it's a long ass story, and it's a sad story. You should feel sad for me. Donate to my Patreon. I don't have a Patreon. Donate to my coffee. I don't have a coffee. It's sad. It's so sad though. But no, see, more seriously, like my ex, like she was a fucking, like she had fucking issues. Okay, she's a nice person, but she has fucking issues when it comes to me hanging out with anyone who had a vagina. Because like her dad cheated on her mom, and so it made her not trust men at all. And so, since almost every fucking social situation includes a woman inside at some point in time, unless it's like a complete sausage fest, you know, it really led me to, for several years, not having real life friends, and it just became this thing where I was like, oh, I had friends online. That's all I really had, and that I just got used to that, and now I just really don't have real life friends because I just kind of lost the skills to make and maintain them over the 13 years I was married to my first wife. So yeah, I'm used to people coming and going in on my life because I used to run a clan on Final Fantasy 11, and people came and went out of that, and you know, I still wonder where they are to this day. I'm active on other social games, and there's people that I haven't seen in over a year or more, and I wonder what happened to them. We used to talk on the daily, and I don't want to know what happened to them. So I'm used to it by this point.
Yeah. Well, I should have done maybe like a goodbye thing. But I mean, it was kind of a weird thing because I don't know if you remember me towards the end, but like, GamerGate was pretty much over. I was shit, dude. You probably remember. I was like me and the people who like watched my content were like the last people involved in GamerGate.
Yep, I remember because
Yeah.
I remember I think we talked about like, man, like Netscape, it's getting kind of time, man. You this is still your thing, man.
Dude, we were
This
like
is still your
we
thing?
were like it was like me, Captain Carbine here, Ryan, and like maybe a handful of other people. We were like the last ones who like really hardcore cared about this stuff, and we're like we were it, man. That was it. GG was pretty
Yeah.
much ended with us.
Yeah, and I'm like I said, I'm pretty sure I reached out to you at one point, being like, "You okay, man?
I think you
you
might
sure?"
have. I think.
I'm
Well, you
like, I'm
weren't the
like,
only one. You weren't the only one. A couple other
honestly,
people were like,
I'm fairly certain if I look back at our history, like there's me saying, man, like it's like let it go, man, let it
yeah.
go.
Well, we still wanted to talk about it,
Yeah,
like Carbine and I don't want to speak for him, but like we still felt like this was a good cause.
yeah,
We thought that there was stuff to do, um, still to advocate for games journalism and advocate for creative freedom, especially with the torrential downpour campaign, which, you know, I don't know. I mean, the torrential downpour was great, but it didn't. I don't know if it changed anything. Maybe it did, because I don't know if the practices are as bad as they were. Because like if you remember, man, Fire Emblem Fates, like that was like the worst butcher job of all time. Um, with the way they localized that, and we don't see bad localizations on that scale in gaming. I don't think, where it's like we're gonna take out entire mini games and say fuck you, like, or Ace Combat when they had Ace Combat, the third game, and they cut out half the content of the game basically. Like, I don't think it's as bad as it used to be, and that's partly because of us. Like, that's one area where I
Yeah.
think we did probably succeed.
Yeah, I
But
mean, that,
after
like,
torrential downpour ended, though, there was nothing left. We were like, hang on, we're all still here. We're a community, but like, what are we gonna do after torrential downpour?
nothing.
As it turns out. So we just kind of like talked about it. We're like, you know what? Let's try and like change people's minds on the narrative on this. And like that's like one of the things I wanted to do, and that didn't really happen.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. That I mean, that's the thing. Like, I kind of saw the writing on the wall, and I was like trying to say, like, hey, I mean, you could be doing something good, and other means at this point, but it it's one of those things. I wish we could have. I wish more change could have happened, but I just think again we lacked that money and power dynamic that would have given us the edge over, you know, just being a bunch of random people. You know.
Well, I mentioned Captain Carbine in the chat. He says there was a lot that needed to be done. Things still need to be done. After 9 years of GamerGate, we are still dealing with the same problem. Don't tell me, Captain Carbine. Don't tell me after I closed shop and moved on. Don't tell me, bro. You're the last one in GamerGate. No, I'm just fucking with you. But man, it's over, man.
No, it's over.
It's never been
It's-
more Jover than it is right now.
It's Jover. It's Jover.
I don't even know where that meme came from, okay? But someone I know says it all the time, and so now it's got stuck in my head.
It's like the Joe Biden thing. It's Jover.
I see.
It's Jover.
I thought it might be something like that.
Joe, it's over. It's Jover.
No, but no, Carbine, I'm just giving you shit, man. I know that you're not hung up on this stuff still. But look, dude, man, we gotta.
Yeah,
we
keep
gotta-
rolling into questions because otherwise you're never gonna finish your book.
Dude, no, it's Carbine, we're gonna do an interview. We're gonna talk.
I'm an essential part of this book. God damn it!
You
You're
are!
gonna finish this fucking interview. You're gonna finish this fucking.
I am
interview.
gonna finish
If it
this
takes
fucking
you-
interview.
If it takes you all night, you finish fucking.
But yeah, dude, there was. I mean, I don't know. I mean, dude, look, I feel like 2017, 2018, somewhere between like 2017 and 2018, I feel like GamerGate pretty much died.
Yeah.
I don't know when exactly it happened because there's like no single moment, but like that's when people stopped talking about it. And like
You die twice in life. You die once. You die once in the body, and once when your name is said for the last time.
Milspec Monkey says, "Don't know why so many people." Oh, by the way, I can edit your names if I say your name in chat. But I don't know why so many people want to declare it over. It's like saying they want to be over 9/11. Dude, it's not a movement anymore, okay? We're just a bunch of we literally have like across the streaming platforms, we have 6 viewers maybe on this stream right now. So like no, dude. It's Jover, man. It's Jover.
Yeah.
It's time to move on. But look, dude,
But-
look, there's still important things that you can advocate for and opinions you can hold.
Yeah, like
But
airline
that doesn't
flight
mean-
safety.
That doesn't mean you tie this stuff to Gamergate anymore, man. You just gotta.
I can advocate for safer flying, so that way people don't fly into buildings anymore.
But the way I see it,
Twice was too many times.
the way I see it, the way most people I think see it, is that. Well, first off, I'm not even sure what your guys' view is this. I'm not saying that you're saying it's still going on, but it's a historical event, and I think it should be analyzed from that perspective. If there's 3 people out there who are still saying, but I still want to keep going, like, dude, I don't know what to say, man. Like, after 2017, man, there was nothing left. I was the last content creator on this stuff, pretty much. I know I was. You know. And I was, and I feel like, man, it was once we pulled out, there was nothing left. We were like the last people talking about this. Yeah, it's a historical. Okay, good. We're all on the same page then. Okay.
Yep.
Paulo says I'd like to bring out the corpse.
Yeah.
Okay,
They-
I'm not against you writing the book. You're moving on by writing the book. Oh, I'm not against
Yes.
it. Oh, dude. Yeah, no, well, yeah, sure. No, that's a fair critique. But I feel like it's a historical project. It's
It is.
it's definitely a historical project, and I don't view it as like we're documenting the events as they happen live.
God, you're such a boomer, though. I don't know what the "it's Jover's" meme comes from.
All right. Anything that well, you know what? What do you think of the GamerGate Wikipedia article?
Oh, I haven't even looked at it in an age, but I'm sure it's bullshit. Let's have a look here. Wikipedia GamerGate. Let's have a look at how horrible this thing is. It's probably a bunch of bullshit. Hey, look at that. It says harassment campaign right in the title. Bingo! I knew it was shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good. Nobody is still hanging on to GG. Thank God. Okay. Captain Carbine even says, I will say this: the consumer revolt died, but the idea still remains. See, that's great. What is dead may never die, but rises again harder and stronger than before. Absolutely, Captain Carbine. Well, I don't want to see this rise again. I think it's. I don't know what a GamerGate 2 would look like, but I'm not sure any of us want to see what a GamerGate 2 is going to look like. But no, the ideas are the important thing, and the people are the important thing. That's why I'm doing this project.
So I will when I'm dead.
But I'm just giving you shit.
I'll
I
be
said
in a book. When I'm dead, I'll be in a book.
that's true.
That
You
is-
will. You will. But yeah, Captain Carbine. I just so you know, I was literally giving you shit earlier by saying you were hanging on to this. I was just fucking around. I can take that out from the book because I don't want. I was just fucking with you as a joke. Paulo says, "How could you kill that which has no life?"
Oh god. Don't make me pull up that fucking shirt. Don't make me pull up the
well,
fucking
hey,
shirt.
do you want to see the narrative on GamerGate be changed to be more neutral and or positive?
Yes. Yes. I would love to see at least something more positive said about it. That is for sure. That is for certain. Like it's one of those things that depresses me that it'll just be seen as just a harassment campaign with no context, but that's going to be reality. That's going to be the reality because that's you can even see like Wikipedia, which is not to be trusted. I saw the chat; it's not to be trusted. It's a great source for musical trivia and stuff, but like actual information, it like many things has gone downhill. But at the same time, just the fact that that's going to be something that's going to be associated with GamerGate forever.
Unless they
mean-
change it. Maybe this book's going to be part of that process.
I mean, I won't laugh. I won't laugh at that.
You're not gonna hold your breath.
No.
So fuck.
No, I don't think it's not going to happen. It's not. I will be a games journalist by the time your book makes a change in the Wikipedia article.
Has your conscious experience as a human been made worse because of the media narrative and the negative narrative about Gamergate?
Dude, let me be completely blunt. I was called Danger Vomit Boy for a year and a half. Do you think that fucking bothered me? I've been called a no-life nerd for playing video games for most of my life. I don't fucking care what you say about me. Just fuck off and leave me alone to play my games. Please and thank you.
But Puck, you're now in a book
I'm in a book.
associated with interviews of people involved in a, according to Wikipedia, harassment campaign against women in gaming. That's how people in future generations will remember the Great Pawkeshup.
That's fine.
Even though it's not true. It's not true. It's bullshit. It's a lie.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit at this point because I know there's nothing I can do to change anyone's minds. It doesn't matter how humanized I am. Doesn't matter that I care about like I tried doing the best I could with my limited skills, my terrible editing, and my voice that you hear of the blathering on here, and my bad jokes and all of that. I did all I could. I was not going to change anyone's minds. I'm not going to be some big time YouTuber celebrity that's going to make people rethink how they should see gamers. None of that's going to happen. I'm just grateful to have the time I have with who I have. That's it. Like that's where I'm at in life. I don't give a shit what they had to say about me. I know who I am. My family knows who I am, and that's all that really matters. Like they can say whatever they want about my what I am, or they can dox me and put my name out there and say this person's a horrible person and they deserve blah 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 blah. It's like say what you fucking want. I can't fucking control what you want to say at this point. I already had Tariq Nasheed come after me. That was fucking fun.
We gotta start wrapping this bad boy up. But
Yep.
what's your favorite video game?
Oh, I saw that question on the goddamn sheet, and I hate you for putting it on there.
Everyone does.
Hated you.
It's the hardest question to answer out of all of them.
But then I finally came up with an answer. It's Chrono Trigger.
Oh, that's a good game. Yeah, that's a good choice. I never beat it though. I don't think.
I have seen every ending. I
How's the
used to
sequel?
have
Oh.
the sequel. There was no sequel. There was no sequel really. Like Chrono Cross was interesting, but it definitely was not. It definitely was not like a genuine sequel to that game. It was like honestly, that game was it was just a perfect storm of everything, of talent, of timing. You know, it was one of the last of the really great pixel art games. You know, um, it's just like such a quintessential gaming experience, and it made me so mad when they got rid of the guy that was trying to remake it in 3D. It's like, dude, just let him do it. No, you're never gonna update the game. You put some anime cutscenes in, you call it an update. You're never gonna actually do what we really want and give us a full 3D Chrono Trigger. You're never gonna do that. You know, you're busy redoing all of Final Fantasy and 7 in like multiple parts. You know, so you know what? One last rant for this whole thing.
Sure.
Why the fuck are people so goddamn obsessed about Final Fantasy 7? It is not the best fucking Final Fantasy of the entire series. 6 arguably is. And honestly, fucking 7 just it's decent. It's fucking decent, but for fuck's sake, it is not this so goddamn fucking iconic. There are so many other games in the series that should have gotten more press. The only reason why people love it so much is it was on the PlayStation. It was the first time it wasn't on a Nintendo console. You had to be a Nintendo nerd to play it. That's the only reason why they fucking obsess over it. There are so many other games that are better than that franchise, and that's the fucking one that's going to be lionized and canonized, and it's got the fucking most shit done about it. I swear to fuck, it's so goddamn overrated. It's a good game, don't get me wrong. I love the Gold Saucer. The mini games were amazing. The story was a thing. The characters were great. The summon system was amazing. It was really good, really great game. But there are so many other fucking goddamn games in that series. 6 by far was way better with all the fucking systems it had and the much more interesting fucking story. You know, 10. I honestly say 10 was better than 7. But fuck off. Like, why are you remaking 7 in multiple parts, and why are you fucking changing it to boot to be this fucking shitty meme filled nonsense? Okay, done. That's one last rant on. I'm sorry, I was a squarehead for so long. I love SquareSoft.
But Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger is, like I said, it is. That's, to me, there can't be a more perfect game than that. Honestly, like that is one of the most perfect for its genre and type. Right? It has so much in it. That's just is amazing. So it's like I don't like that's among the pantheon. Like some people are like massive on Earthbound, and I played Earthbound. I didn't complete it because it was only a rental when I did play it. I never bought it. So bad on me. I didn't play another classic, but honestly, like Chrono Trigger, that's my mother game. That's my mother series. I would love to have seen continued and made bigger and better and amazing, but we got Chrono Cross instead.
Who was the best character in Chrono Trigger?
Oh, honestly, Robo. Honestly, Robo. I guess I just jive with him the most.
Yeah, I don't remember him. I remember like Luca.
He was
I
the
remember
robot
the.
that you. He's the robot that you
Oh
find.
yes, okay.
And then he gardens like I guess like because I always I'm the type that puts my head down and just does the work to keep things moving, you know. And like the fact that he sat there and gardened and became a rusted out Hulk in the middle of that huge farm, I'm just like that speaks to me on a different level. I know it's a weird fucking idealization, but yeah, that's kind of what jives with me, you know. I mean, you could say Magnus is kind of cool, but you know that whole like I was a kid and now I'm the bad guy, but I'm actually not the bad guy because I'm trying to actually change the world thing. That shtick's been done, and it wasn't like even at that time it had been done in other games and been done in other stories. So I mean, I wasn't as impressed with Mr. Dark Man, you know. But Robo, I don't know. That just kind of spoke to me.
Well, I've got the 3DS version, so like, or not the 3DS version, the DS version. And at some point, I'm gonna have to go through and like play it again, because I never beat it the first time. There's multiple endings.
Yes. Yes. All depends when you defeat Lavos and who's still with you and how many events they go through. Plus, also, you have the New Game Plus. So you can beat Lavos on like the first day. And there's like a developer ending. I've been through them all. I like my original cartridge, which I still have in storage, although my Super Nintendo is broken, which makes me sad. But that original cartridge, I think, still has the save on if the battery's still alive. Still has the 99.99 save I have on there, where I literally did everything. I maxed the timer out. I did the same thing on Final Fantasy VI. All my characters had the 8 attack thing where you could get like the orb. There was like an orb and a Genji glove, I think, and you could find both of them. It's called an optimizer and a Genji glove, if I remember correctly. And if you had both of them on, you could physically attack 8 times in a row. And I was so obsessed with that game, I played it long enough to farm up enough for my entire party. And when I say my entire party, I don't mean 4 sets. I mean for the split party where you have 3 separate parties. I'm almost certain I managed to get enough of all of them. I don't think I know about the Genji Clothes, but I know about the Optimizers because I remember sitting on that fucking island fighting those goddamn dinosaurs for them over and over again. I played that for so long, and that's another one that has a max 99 timer on it for the same reason. Me just playing it too fucking much.
Did you attend any GamerGate meetups?
No. Let me tell you a little story about my brief time as a YouTuber. So I had this fan that was talking to me and wanted to meet up, right? So I'm like, cool, we can go meet up. It was a fucking kid. He never told me how old he fucking was.
Oh no! Oh no!
It was the single most awkward moment in my fucking life. And right then and there, I swore I am not going to any more real life meetups ever. Because guess what? That's not the only time I met people from online, okay? There was one other time. Like, this was before, like, this was back. I used to be on a thing called M Player.
Oh yeah, the gaming site. The gaming
Yes.
service, I should say.
And
sorry.
a place called the Gamers Inn, which is an old chat website, right? And between those, I had a group of friends that I met up with, and it were mainly people from this gaming chat room, which was like a role playing chat room back in the day. And I mean, I was looking for it because it was like I was looking for D&D role playing and stuff, and they kind of did that. They had like an open forum role playing chat. I think the Gamers Inn is still around. Let me just check. I'm pretty certain you can still go to that website. Oh god, this thing is still up. I'm gonna fucking shit myself. No, I don't think it is. Because it looks like that's not the same Gamers Inn. So it looks like someone finally took up the old domain. Oh my god! But
Go to web.archive.org.
yeah, I was gonna do that, but um,
God, I'm old. I'm dating myself. I say web.archive.org. Jesus.
yeah,
Don't just people just say archive.org these days?
yeah.
Or the Internet Wayback Machine?
But yeah, it was it was a time, and so I went. I went and met up with them, and they were it was a role playing chat, right? Um, they would it was so awkward because it was a role playing chat, so you used to be able to do like emotes in the chat. So when one of them was talking, oh god, the cringe in me trying to say this story. I'm gonna get it out though. The cringe, just
Just do it.
just the cringe. He would put his hand on the side of his mouth and say what he would type as an emote when he was talking in real life instead of just like doing the thing. Oh my god, it just the levels of cringe. The levels of cringe that I felt at that meetup. And I told myself then I would never do another meetup, right? But then I was like, oh no, 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 there's a fan. He likes my stuff on the internet. I'll fucking meet him, whatever. Oh my god. And then it was like just this young kid, like maybe 13, maybe 14. And I'm just like, oh fuck. I never thought that like someone would be making plans with me who is a kid. I mean, I still did the thing. Like, we went and saw a movie because that's what we made plans to do. Because it sounded like a normal adult thing. Like, let's go see a movie. That'd be really fucking cool.
Toy
And so,
Story. That should have given it away, man. No, I'm just playing.
oh no, we went and saw it, and I was like, yeah, it was cool meeting you, great. And then I just fucking like, I vanished from the internet for like a month. I'm like, this was not what I wanted for my life.
But what movie was it?
I forget. I don't even remember. Like, literally, these are the two solid memories I had. The rest felt like a fucking acid trip. At that point, I remember we met outside of my house, my actual fucking house, because I thought this was a normal adult that happened to live in Ottawa. And then we took a bus to the movie theater, and then I remember he called his mom to pick him up, and I took the bus right home.
Bro, dude, if I saw I was a kid, I'd be like, well, first off, you have to be like, fuck, dude, people are thinking about pedophile or something, right? That's like the first, like, holy shit. Like, I can't go, like, with this rando kid from the internet. I can't go to a fucking movie with him. But, like, you also don't want to be, like, a huge dick to the kid, too. So then you're like,
exactly.
What do you do? Do you, like, order him a pizza and be like, hey, go eat this pizza and, like, chill out. I'm gonna go somewhere else and, like, not be here. Or, like, I don't know, what do you do? Like,
yeah.
You're like, here's a bus ticket, kid. Go home.
Yeah.
Here's a ticket to the baseball game too to make up for you. I don't know. Like, I don't know what you do.
Yeah, that like exactly. Like you encapsulated the panic and terror in my brain in that moment. Like that whole everything went through my fucking head. Everything. I'm like, why the fuck am I here? What the fuck? And I right then and there, I'm like, from now on, no. If you want to talk to me online, fantastic. I have Twitter. I have other things. You can talk to me online. I am never fucking meeting anyone from the internet ever the fuck again when it comes to like fans or like meetups or no. No. N to the fucking O, no. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna walk into. And like I swear to God, like my life flashed before my fucking eyes when that kid showed up. I'm like what does the parent think of me? Like I don't know, like that to this day, like nothing has made me cringe or like it'd be more embarrassed for something I did than that. Because I'm like, it was a simple question, right? It was simple. How old are you? Right? Why did I not ask that question?
Well, it's funny too because I was a kid on the internet. Like since like maybe before middle school, like I was playing like video games online, and so like when I was a kid on the internet, whatever, you don't think anything about you don't think anything of it of age. But like when you're an adult, like I haven't interacted with a kid on the internet, like other than like maybe like if they were in a Call of Duty lobby screaming the N-word or something, right? But like on the internet, I don't interact with places where kids go. I'm not on forums where there's kids. Well, first off, I'm not sure a kid today would even know what an internet forum is, right?
And see, the thing is, I was making videos. So I'm thinking like, okay, the way this person is talking to me, it doesn't sound like a kid, right? In my head, like I never thought that because they're like, yeah, I live in Ottawa. You want to go see a movie? I'm like, oh, that makes sense to me. You're a kid. You're not a kid that wants me to take you to a movie. You're like an adult that wants to go meet and hang out. I'm like, okay, cool. Never put two and two together. Never put fucking two and two together. I finally put two and two together when his face was there in front of me. I'm like, fuck, I should have fucking asked. I'm making fucking gameplay videos. Why did I not fucking ask if you were a kid? Why did I not fucking ask that question? I remember I came back to my wife and I'm like, do you know the day I just had? And I explained to her. And she's like, why didn't you ask how old it is? I'm like, I fucking said the same thing in my head 2 seconds after I saw the fucking little shit. I said it in my head. I'm like, why did I not ask? Why did I not question this? So yeah, no, it was, oh my God, utter insane cringe. And it's a story that I will live with that story for the rest of my life.
You will.
Of the one time that, like, I swear to God, if the internet had seen me, I would have been canceled instantaneously. He's meeting with kids. Dude,
you'd be so fucked. Like like Keemstar would be like fucking covering it. Like all the drama YouTubers, dude, would be like making all these videos. This YouTuber's a pet. Oh my God, you'd be so toast.
I know. I would have been so fucking toast. I would have been burnt to a fucking crisp. And I mean, like, at the time, I was just doing my little YouTube thing and my little YouTube videos, and I'm just like living in my own little like headspace, not thinking anything about it. And then lo and behold, I nearly fucked myself. Oh my God.
Milspec Monkey says, I mean, I guess you can just be all like, sorry, kid. I'm gonna ask your parents so I don't look like such a weirdo. Yeah, dude. Yeah. You gotta. You took him to the movie. I wouldn't do that. I don't think. I'd be like,
well, because I'd be
like,
so
what's your parents' phone number? I'm gonna call him.
He was like so excited, and I'm like, okay. It's like I looked at like this is like a big brother, big sister thing, right? Maybe he doesn't have a father figure, and for some fucking reason he landed on my fucking video. I don't know. I took him to the movie. I let him go home. The awkwardness ended, and I never talked to him again. So just like if he has an actual father, he went for a pack of smokes. I went for a pack of smokes, never came fucking back either.
All right, let's wrap it up here. Vivian James and GamerGate's art, like music, stuff like that. What do you think?
I like the thing is gamers are super creative, right? And it kills me because I'm not. But I love the artists. Like you see, I've got the profile picture you've had this entire time is art I had made while from a GamerGate artist while I was in the movement, right? And I mean, I love the art that was there, and I love the creativity people had. I just don't have any of that. I'm just a loudmouth who curses a lot. That's my superpower. So unfortunately, I couldn't contribute on that side of things.
Oh fuck. This is your chance for the book. Do you want to say anything about Final Fantasy 14 in the book?
Final Fantasy 14 you mean the game that I continue to play even though I shouldn't?
I actually stopped playing. I want to get back into it at some point in my life, but not right now. It's such a huge, massive time sink.
Yeah. I have a house on there. I have to get back on and touch it before they take it away from me. I pay every month because I now have a house.
The new expansion pack, dude, it's coming out. What do you think?
The problem is that I play with my wife, and so I can't get super excited because right now she's on what's that new Starfield. She's obsessed with Starfield now. So I'm basically a gaming widow until she's done with Starfield. I can't like I don't want to progress in the game and do things. If I do anything, she'll have a hissy fit and not want to play with me for a while on there. If I start doing stuff that gets me further in the story, because I haven't even done the post patch content yet. Not all of it. We stopped midway through because we kind of just burned ourselves out on it. I'm an end game crafter and I have all healing and tanking classes to 90. So I kind of know life a little bit. Not as bad as Final Fantasy 11 though.
How was
Um,
11?
it was very good. You can tell that because I played it for 10 years. Primarily. I didn't play many other games during that time. I played a couple, but I'm for almost 10 years I was logging in on a regular basis on that game. So I have, I think if I remember correctly, 699s. I think the Pawkeshup on there hasn't logged in a while. The last time I did was on a free weekend.
I
I
wouldn't
never
mind giving
did
it a
get
shot.
an ultra weapon. I never
But
did get an ultra weapon, but yeah, now it's a totally different game. It is so different now because back when I played, you couldn't solo past 10, right? You had to have a party past 10, and it was one of the last old school hardcore role playing games. Like you lost experience when you died. You still do. Don't get me wrong, you still do.
I
And you
played
can
very
de-level and
briefly for
everything.
like 2 hours. I was like, dude, this is too hard.
Yeah, no,
There's like no tutorial or anything either. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, we're throwing you right in. Figure it out for
Yeah,
yourself.
no.
Good luck.
No, yeah. There's still no tutorials. You still have to learn. Like
Yeah, it's
I
not
was
worth
trying
it.
to update. I was trying to update my stuff on there. Like update my what I knew about the game. You fucking kidding me? I don't. I look at half the systems and I'm just like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that is. What the fuck is that? What are these points I'm getting? What the fuck is any of this? I don't fucking know. And so Pawkeshup will wind up just being an age-old character on there, and when they eventually shut down the servers, 10 years of gameplay and memories and stuff will all go down the drain.
Have you
And
played a mud?
oh,
Do you want to talk about it?
my sweet my sweet sunny child. I played on a mud as a character who was a bard, and I refused to do any combat. Instead, all I did was spam learn languages so that I could spy on every other character who played on the mud. That was my character, a spy. on a mud that was a fantasy game just because I thought it was fascinating that I could learn other languages by slowly, forcibly training them. I make weird goals for myself and I don't know why.
Oh,
I
this is a
can't remember the game of the name of the mud either. That's the sad part.
Oh, it's interesting too because I very briefly, like last year or 2 years ago, last year I think, I discovered them. Well, I discovered them when I was a kid a little bit. There was this like business mud that existed, and I like very briefly tried that, and I'm like, nah, this ain't it. And then as an adult, I tried it with a friend group. I actually had a party, a real life party where I had with my friends, where I got my friends, and we tried to play this Star Wars mud. But the admins were like, you have too many people in the same IP address, and I'm like, hang on, wait, we're having a party in real life to play your game. You should be very happy. And
Yeah.
they're like, you have to fill out a form with the role play committee, and it's like, so we sent in the form, and they're like, okay, we sent the form in, now can we play? And they're like, well, hang on, it takes a few days for the form for people to analyze the form and for us to get back to you. So you have to wait. It's like we're at a real life party right now trying to play, but it was kind of annoying. Um, but I actually went to a real life convention for MUDs. They still have them, by the way.
Yeah, I know. No, Muds are still going. Like
Oh yeah.
it's like that's one of that's the only thing that gives me kind of hope that Final Fantasy 11 will never die out. I know it probably will someday because it's a commercial product and it will die out eventually. But I kind of have this small hope that Pawkeshup, long after I'm interned in an urn or a grave or cryo frozen or whatever the fuck happens when I die, that somewhere out there, Pawkeshup will still be out there sitting on a server waiting for someone to pick him up for the next adventure. You know, that's where I got my name from. He's my little namesake. Because if you don't know where I got my name from, and I don't want to include this shit in the book, 'cause it's the stupidest
Now we
fucking
can if you
thing.
want to.
Is my ex and I were playing. My ex got me Final Fantasy 11 on the PlayStation 2 for I think it was for Christmas or for a birthday. I can't remember which it was. I think it was for Christmas. I think it was an early Christmas gift. And I had always wanted to like I had been wanting to play it when it came out, and I had no idea that she was going to do that. And so I started playing on the PS2. Then the audacity, she started playing on my account and made her a character on my account, right? I don't say the audacity. I let her do it. That's a joke. That's a joke. I let her do it. But then she wanted to play with me, and we couldn't play on the same account, obviously. So I got a brand new account, and now she had made a Teru Teru. My original character was Arn of an Elven, and so she made a Teru Teru, and I thought they were fucking adorable. I'm like, fuck, if I'm gonna make another character, I'll make that character, so we kind of matchy match, right? And so I was sitting there trying to think of a fucking name for this character because I had no idea what to call this little goofball that I had just made, which is the little like yellow and red hair, the little guy you see up there in that picture, which is all blue in this picture, but And so I used to bastardize French phrases all the time. And one of the things I was saying at that time was she'd asked me if I wanted ketchup with something. I said, no, Pawkeshup. That's where my fucking name comes from. A fucking stupid ass thing, play on word thing for no ketchup. That's where I got my name from.
All right, dude. Oh man, how about dude? We got wait. Oh my god, there's so many more questions. The last few. Okay, do you know what happened to Ethics the Sea Lion?
The sea lion?
Yeah,
We had a
Ethics.
sea lion?
We adopted a sea lion.
I never knew we had a sea lion.
Well, that's okay because no one knows what happened to the sea lion. So.
Oh well. Probably died.
No, they have long lifespans. I looked it up. I was scared to see the answer, but they lived like 20, 30 years.
It probably died.
What was your favorite moment during GamerGate? This is a good question.
The end. The end.
Really?
Really, when I left Gamergate, I was happy because it was like I like at first I was like, oh, this is hope, and then it just got shittier and shittier. And then I was like, I need to move on. I spend too much time on this, and then I left. I felt that was my freeing moment. I was just like, I have put the burden down. I feel it no more, and then I just moved on with my life, and just was like, yeah, Gamergate was a thing.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's a fair answer, man. Honestly, for me, the ending of GamerGate, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the ending of GamerGate for me, like when I got, it wasn't like a single moment where it's like, okay, I think GamerGate's over. It was like, all right, I'm one of only a handful of people still talking about this, and all the people who are still talking about this are members of my community on YouTube. So, let's so like I'm talking about so I started like transitioning towards a politics role and making like anti alt-right content. And then I did that for a while, and then I just kind of eventually stopped talking about Gamergate altogether. There was like no single moment for me where it's like, oh, this is the end. It just stopped coming up. There stopped being things to talk about to me.
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. It just kind of petered out because that's kind of what it all happened. That's how it happened for everyone, I think. It didn't end with a bang, it ended with a silent little whimper.
If you could have changed one thing about Gamergate, what would it be?
Um I better organization, something. Is something that would have made it turn out better because I mean it's just ridiculous that that all that time and effort went for absolutely nothing, you know?
Oh well, we got some ethical reforms, and maybe Torrential Downpour was a success, and it brought the community together, and it was a successful pushback against censorship to some degree, and like I don't think it was like the worst thing in the world. In fact, actually, maybe you could argue like there was gonna be a pushback against this, social justice ideology, whatever you want to call it, no matter what, right? It was gonna happen, and
Yeah.
maybe it's better that we're the ones who did it at first, insofar as we were involved with that sort of thing, because I feel like we were pretty moderate and reasonable people. Like we weren't like crazy, like most of us weren't crazy unhinged like psychos. Like we actually had like reasonable critiques of the way that parts of the left were going. I think that if it was, it's probably good that it was us because we really did have like good faith arguments, I think. Whereas like I don't know if like it would have been if it was just like I don't know, like any other community, I'm not sure that they would have been as careful as we were to make sure that we were principled. Though
Yeah.
some people also were like not principled. But I think those of us who cared about creative freedom, which I know you didn't really, but like those of us who did, I feel like we did apply that standard on both sides. And we're like, no, we don't. We support creative freedom for everybody and against all censors. I feel like a lot of us on the creative freedom side were very principled. Like I remember
Yeah.
my most popular videos were calling out right-wing social justice warriors, um, like Mass Effect Andromeda and the hashtag Dump Star Wars. When some right-wing grifter guy um, tried to organize a campaign to stop people from seeing Rogue One because he made up lies about the film. He claimed that there was a anti-Trump scene in the movie. It was a complete
Mm.
hoax that he made up, and he got a whole hashtag going for it from the right wing. That was a video I made the critique, and that was I was extremely principled on this, and it's something I really believed in, and still do.
and see all those lovely words. And I'm about to undercut it with a stupid joke here. Hope you're sitting down. The sea lion is only a symbolic adoption. It wasn't for an actual sea lion.
Oh no. What have you
So
done? Are you serious?
So there was never an actual. There was a stuffed sea lion that comes in the adoption kit. So I guess there is technically a sea lion named Ethics, but it's a stuffed animal if it exists. If they donated the $100, it was 5,000. So I'm assuming they probably got the stuffed animal. So someone out there has Ethics, the stuffed animal sea lion, but there isn't an actual living, breathing sea lion that was adopted by GamerGate. I know I didn't mean to break your heart, but after that touching speech about your beliefs and faith, but yeah, I felt the need to just crush your hopes and dreams for a moment there.
You know what? But we still donated money to that charity, and
$5,000.
yeah. So there's that. I say we, like I chipped in. I did not.
I did not either. I didn't even fucking know this happened. I'm like, wow, we had a sea lion? Like, I get the joke. It's a funny joke. But
I really liked Rogue One as a film too. People in chat are saying that they like Rogue One.
No comment.
You don't like Rogue One?
No
Dude, that's a
comment.
whole separate debate, dude. We gotta debate this a whole separate
No
time.
comment. No comment. I'm not commenting.
All right. What would you have personally done differently during Gamergate?
Spent less time in it.
You know what? Me too, bro. Me too. Like, there were some specific mistakes I would not have made, but like, spend less time on it would probably have been like the big one.
Yeah, because just like I wasted so many hours on Twitter arguing with people for no good reason. I made videos that are, I guess, decent. But man, like, why did I do any of that? I just, like, I should have known. I guess I still had, I guess I still had some degree of ideals and hopes and dreams at that point in time. I had some kind of concept that maybe, just maybe, my small words and simple phrases could somehow make the world better. And then I fucking realized that the shit's never gonna fucking change. Like, okay, let me tell you just how fucked we are. Okay. Oh, it's my child's birthday today. Oh, shit! I didn't know that.
Well, there's 2 minutes left in the day, so.
No,
Well, my time zone.
It's already passed in the new day for me. So it's my child's birthday today. I did not fucking know that.
Dude, we gotta wrap this bad boy up.
But anyways, just briefly to show you how fucked we are. The reason I was looking at my channel, I was looking for a clip I did of this newspaper that Dank Pods had on his show, had on his YouTube channel, that shows a comic from the time of the moon landing mocking anti-vaxxers. Fucking time is a loop, dude. Fucking time is a loop, and we never fucking escape it. They're fucking mocking, like, they had anti-vaxxer comics back in the fucking goddamn time of the movie, 1969. It's never fucking ending. We're in a few more years, there'll be GamerGate 3.0 or 2.0 or the sequel, and the whole fucking thing will happen all over again, and nothing will fucking change in this fucking planet unless AI takes us all over and just ends us all.
But also, let's talk about how AI can be good. No, I'm just kidding. Don't. Let's not go down this rabbit hole again. All right, dude.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. It's 1 in the morning for me, man. It's already too late for me, man.
What do you think of this interview project?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't participate in it if I didn't see some merit to it. I think it's a good send off to it. If it ever gets a send off, if the corpse is ever left in the ground long enough for it to go completely cold and not dug up every time a fucking thing happens that the leftists want to say, "Oh, it's Bobby GamerGate did it. GamerGate did it again. They came back and they stole my car. That's what they done did this time." But yeah, I think it's just like it's good for the history of things to try and have someone on our side at least put something else out there that doesn't suck. So make sure your book doesn't fucking suck. Otherwise, I'm gonna shit on it on Amazon.
Did you not read my first one?
Oh wow, it's getting late, man. It's getting fucking late. Whoa. Let's...
Okay, all right. So, hang on. We got 2 questions left. We got 2 questions left. We can do it. Some people reading this.
Dude, I fucking lived it. I didn't buy it because I fucking lived it, okay? I was fucking there. I was fucking there.
Some
go
people...
buy it.
By the way, everybody, go buy GamerGate First Battle of the Culture War by Kevin McDonald on Amazon. It's on Kindle and it's on paperback you can get. Anyway.
I can't do it on Kindle because the only Kindle I have is one for my wife, and I don't want to read the book she reads. You don't even want to fucking know the horrors I've seen.
Oh, I know.
I would not be
surprised.
Anyways, go ahead.
Some people reading this might hold a negative view of GamerGate. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
Hi, my name is Pawkeshup, and I'm an alcoholic. No, wait, wrong meeting. I was going to start the whole fucking call that way, too. No, I'd be like... I would just ask them the same question I'd ask you. I was like, why did you not want to... Why can't you put yourself on the other side of this and think of something that you love and being told, don't love that thing anymore. Give it up. You're a horrible person for loving it in the first place. You know? Like, just think about that. How would you feel? And what would you do to change people's minds on that? And that's... You think of it that way, you'll probably be on our side, too.
All right. Is there anything else about GamerGate you want to talk about?
It's fucking dead. It's fucking dead. It's fucking dead. It's fucking dead. Let it die. Let it fucking die. It left people who are seeing this. It is fucking dead. It has been fucking dead for years. Please let the corpse rot and fade away from memory. Please, dear God, do that. We did not do Trump or anything else that you want to accuse us of. All we wanted was ethics and game journalism, and you fucks wouldn't let that happen. So let's just move the fuck on. Continue your little leftist shit until you run all the companies that you work with into the ground and leave us to play our games in peace. Thank you.
Oh, hey. Puck. Thanks for
Make
coming
sure that's
on,
all
man.
in cap. Make sure that's all in caps in the book. Like, just have escalating in like font size in caps. GamerGate is dead. It's dead. It's dead. It's fucking dead. It's fucking dead.
But have you considered what if it weren't dead? No.
Fuck you. Just fuck you. Fuck your mother.
We gotta bring it back, guys. We gotta do a revival. Oh, dude, what's over, man? It's over. It's never been
Jover.
more. It is Jover. It is indeed Jover.
It's Jover.
Paulo, he's in the chat, dude. Tomorrow, everyone tune in tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central. We are doing it.
You're next, bitch.
Yeah. All right.
Try and top keeping him online this long.
And hey, if you guys want to watch my political commentary, which I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I am doing a panel at 10:30. Well, 30 minutes after the Republican debate, I am hosting a panel. So far, I've gotten food shops on board, who, by the way, I think is wrong about GamerGate. One of the things I want to do with this project, actually, half jokingly, is convince her. Because I think she's a pretty reasonable person, and I think if I could convince her that she's wrong about GamerGate, then I'll be like, you know what? I'm happy. Hey, it might be the first time in my life that I knowingly convinced somebody that they were wrong on this.
It's
Like,
not gonna
I've
happen.
moved people.
It's not gonna happen.
I've moved
It's-
people like to more moderate positions on this before. But this might be the first time I've actually like fully convinced somebody. You know what? You were completely right about GamerGate. Or actually, no, I don't even care about that. All I want to do is move her to a position where she's like, you know what? Maybe you guys weren't moral monsters after all. I feel like that'd be cool. And then her and counterpoint.
Introduce her to me.
Oh, dude, she's
that
she's live right now. Go talk to her.
That will convince her to never listen to your ass ever again. And be like, that's what you had in the. You're fucking you're a fuck. You're a fucking fuck. That's what you are, you bastard.
I want to convince her that we weren't a harassment campaign, because that's what she thinks. She thinks that there were some good people involved, but that we were a harassment campaign, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know her exact thoughts, but she doesn't care about this topic very much, so.
Yeah,
Holy cow, dude! Kick's blowing up, dude. Holy cow! I got a ton of viewers on Kick.
Of course, you have the magic words in your title. GamerGate. It's GamerGate. They're talking about GamerGate. Quick, someone get Ralph over here.
Oh God, no, don't. By the way, You know what? I'll talk to you off air. All right. Actually, no, I'm not doing this. I'm going to bed. Have a good night, everybody. On Kick, I will raid. Be my first Kick raid ever, because I don't usually have enough people to do it. I'm going to raid food shops on Kick. And on Twitch, I'm going to raid. The only person I know is Jay Chisel, who's online. So, Jay Chisel on YouTube. I don't even know who's live on YouTube right now. So, hey, what do you think of this interview? Was it fun?
It was terrible in such small portions.
Oh, really?
No, it was. I had fun. I was like, it's
accurate. That's just
an apt place to raid after this tomfoolery. After this shit show, yes.
Hew. All right.
I miss doing podcasts and live content, and see, I only gave it up because I'm shit at editing. Like I don't do too bad sometimes in editing, but like streaming, there's no point unless there's people in the chat, and I just kind of gave up content creation altogether.
Oh, by the way, I need to close the stream down. So have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Go away. No, go away. Go with the raid.
Go to food shops. Go to Jay Chisel. Go to Tomfoolery, depending on which platform you're on. I got
go to them all.
6 viewers.
Go to them all.
Kick, 1 on Twitch, and 3 on YouTube. Okay, cool. All right. Have a good night.